wherein Sir will be speaking about role of ZTCC and different government organizations in organ donation. That is the role of ZTCC, ROTO, SOTO, and NOTO. Before we go into the session, let us have a brief introduction about Sir. Dr. S.K. Mathur. Sir is the President and Member Advisory Board of Government of Maharashtra for ROTA from 2018 onwards. Sir is Chairman of Committee for Drawing Guidelines for Distribution of Liver and Other Abdominal Organs for ROTO, SOTO, Mumbai. Sir is founder member of MCFOT and ZTech Mumbai and is also a member advisory group for implementing ROTA since 1995. Sir had been in the post of Professor of General and GI Surgery of GS Medical College and KM Hospital Mumbai, as well as TN Medical College and BYL Nair Hospital Mumbai. Sir has various publications as well as written various chapters and been an orator for various conferences as well as been a guest lecturer for various other programs under his credits. Sir has been a recipient of French Government Postdoc Fellowship and has been a past president of IHB, PBA of India and IASG. I welcome you, sir, for this session, as well as we are very happy to invite you here, and over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sarika, for that kind introduction. Good morning, everybody. I'm at the outset, I'm thankful to the MGM School of Nursing for organizing this program, for creating not only awareness, but making the people aware about how the things work in the field of the organ transplantation as far as this country is concerned, and as far as the state of Maharashtra is concerned, and specifically to the city of Mumbai is concerned. So, can I start sharing my screen?
Sir, yes, please.
So, is it visible? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And am I audible to everybody?
Yes, sir. You are.
So, let's trace a little bit of the history part. Slides are not moving. So, we all know that in 1994, the Parliament of India enacted a law, which is called the Transplantation of Human Organ Act 1994. And it was initially applied to the state of Goa, Himachal Pradesh, and Maharashtra. The Maharashtra was the first state in the country to adopt this law or the act in 1995. This act was subsequently amended in 2011, and rules were framed under this in 2014. This act, why this act was made? Because the main reason was to provide the regulation of removal, storage, and transplantation of the human organs and tissue for the therapeutic purpose. And one of the important parts which was felt at that time, that for organ donation, for transplantation, the brainstem death has to be recognized. And this law permitted the recognition or legal definition of the brainstem death. It also helps in prevention of the commercial dealing in the human organ and tissue for matters connected with this. So we should know that even sometimes it happens today also, but in the past, there was a lot of hue and cry at the national and international level that the organs are being sold for the transplantation, and this act prevents all those things. So under the act, what are the authorities which have been created? And there are three of them. One, the appropriate authority, authorization committee, and the advisory committee. And I will deal with each of them one by one. As far as appropriate authority is appointed at the central government level by the government of India for the Union Territories and for Delhi state. For the rest of the state, it is the government of state who appoints, and usually it is the Director of Health Services who acts as a appropriate authority. Now, what are the functions? The most important function of appropriate authority is the grant, registration, and renewal of the registration for the transplant hospital, tissue banks, and non-transplant organ retrieval centers for carrying out the activity related to the organ and tissue transplant. It has power to suspend or cancel the registration. It enforces the standards of our hospital and the tissue banks, okay, as per the guidelines of the state and the central government. If there is any breach of the provision of the act or the rule, it has the power to investigate it, and it is supposed to carry out the periodic inspection for quality and follow-up outcome of the transplants. Now, one should know that the appropriate authority for the purpose of this act has got the powers of a civil court. Now, when somebody has got a power of civil court, that means he can summon any person for investigation whom he thinks that might be having some information about wrongdoing in the field of the organ transplantation, issue search warrants against the people or against the institution if there is any violation of the Human Transplantation Act is suspected. So, one should also know that whenever there is a violation of any provision of this act, the police cannot register the FIR directly. It is the complaint has to be made to the state appropriate authority, who then investigates first and then may ask the help from the police department. Then we have second committee, which is called authorization committee. And there are three levels of the authorization committee created. One is the state level authorization committee. Second is the district level authorization committee. And third is the hospital level authorization. Now, hospital level authorization committees are allowed only for the hospitals which are doing 25 or more transplantation in a year. Now, one thing one has to know that anybody who is directly or indirectly associated with the human organ transplantation, that is a part of the transplant team, like the nephrologist, the urologist, the gastroenterologist, hepatologist who are actively doing the transplant cannot be part of this authorization committee. Now, what are this authorization committee at the state level consists of, in Maharashtra, it is the DMER, who is the chairman and assisted by the representative from the Director of Health Services and the Dean of the JJ Hospital. There are other members, which are two must be senior medical practitioners. Two persons, one preferably a woman, should be from the social background, which can be either the retired judge, retired government officer, or the any professional like lawyers, CA, doctors, anybody, or a reputed NGO. Then there's a representative from the health secretary and DHS on this committee. While the hospital-based authorization committee are notified by the state government, and the chairperson is the head of the institution, that is the medical director or medical superintendent. And the other members are same way, are two senior medical practitioners from the same hospital and who are not part of the transplant team, and the two persons of high integrity and social standing from the local society, and the nominee of the secretary or the DHS. Now, what is the function of this authorization committee? It's to give the permission for liability transplant at the level of the hospital-based authorization. If the permission has to be sought for unrelated, or what is called altruistic donation, or the swap transplant, or transplant related to the foreigners, in that case, the permission has to come from the state level authorization committee. Now, there is an advisory committee provision, which is basically to advise the state appropriate authority how to implement the Organ Transplantation Act. It doesn't have powers to act by itself. It just gives the advice to the appropriate authority on various aspects of the organ transplantation. Okay. And chairperson is usually rank of the secretary of the state government, two medical experts, joint director of the Department of Health and Family Welfare is the member secretary, two eminent social workers, one legal expert, one person representing any NGOs, and one specialist in the who knows about the organ transplantation. Now, in 2021, when this act was amended, the central government was given the task to establish a national human organ and tissue removal and storage network, and under that the regional and state network, and also given the mandate to maintain a national registry and appointment of the transplant coordinators. So you must have heard this term by now quite some time. There's NOTO, ROTO, and SOTO. So what are these bodies? So NOTO is an apex national networking organization which works under the Director General of Health Services under the Ministry of Health, Government of India. And it was established in 2010. And the office is situated in the Safdarjung Hospital in New Delhi. Now, the mandate to the NOTO is to create a national networking registry to provide a system for procurement, distribution of organ and tissue at the national level, and also to promote the disease organ and tissue donation. So what are the registries which are maintained by, are supposed to be maintained by the NOTO? One is the waitlist registry, patient waiting for the transplant, all across the country. Okay, so there is a common waiting list. Then there is donor pledge registry. You must be knowing that often you are asked that have you filled the organ donation card? Okay, so there is a pledge registry. So this is a national data which is available. Then there are transplant registry. Now these transplant registries, it involves the living donor details and the whether it is related or near related. Then cadaver donor details, recipient details, whether they are recipient of the living donor transplant or the disease donor transplant. And most important is the follow-up of all the transplants, including the live donors. Now this is very important. It is mandated by the WHO that when you use a live person for donation, the health of that live donor is very important, and there should be proper follow-up. That are they living a good quality of life? Have they got any health issue? And all that has to be documented. So follow-up is very important. So all these registries are maintained by the NOTO at the national level. So to summarize, there is a national body which is situated in Delhi called NOTO. Then they have created a regional body, what is called the ROTO. I will tell you where they are situated. And under the ROTO comes the state level body, what is called the SOTO. And each state level body then control the transplant hospital, the retrieval centers, and the biomedical center that is for the tissue that is related to the tissue transplant. So basically, if you reverse this whole thing, the flow is the transplant hospital, retrieval center, and the biomedical centers are attached to the SOTO. SOTO in return reports to ROTO, and ROTO in return reports to the NOTO. So what is this ROTO? So there are 5 ROTOs created by the central government in the country. In the north, there is PGMI, Chandigarh. In the west, it is at Mumbai at St. Medical College and KM Hospital. And in eastern part, it is the Kolkata. And in southern, it is Chennai. And northeast part, it is in the Guwahati Medical College. As far as Maharashtra is concerned, the west ROTO, that is which is situated, the office situated at the GS Medical College in Mumbai. It has got 5 states under it, that is Maharashtra, Gujarat, Goa, Madhya Pradesh, and Chhattisgarh, and 2 union territories, actually 3, that is Daman, Diu, and DNH. Now, what is this? Then we come to the SOTO. So Roto and Soto, whereas there are five, the Roto also function as a Soto. It is called Roto cum Soto. So the functions are almost same. So at the regional level, it is networking, including allocation where the SOTOs are not functional. Collection of data and statistics from the SOTOs, including transplant and organ donor history of the region, and operate various schemes for organ donation and transplantation and safeguard the vulnerable population. Basically, what the NOTO does at the national level, ROTO does at the regional level. It also has to conduct the training and the workshop, developing the IEC material, and intersectoral meeting and advocacy for the disease organ donation, basically creating the awareness and preparing the technical guidelines and give the support to the hospital. And finally, most important part is the monitoring and the surveillance of the outcome of the transplantation. So to summarize, what is the thing? You have a NOTO, you have 5 ROTOs, and under the 5 ROTOs, there are state level body, that is a SOTO, and under the SOTO comes the transplant centers, the tribal centers, and biomedical centers. Now, coming to the Maharashtra or the Mumbai. So, in Maharashtra, this act was enforced in 1995. It was passed in 1994, and immediately it was enforced in February 1995. And DHS was designated as a state appropriate authority, and DMER, that is Director of Medical Education and Research, was designated as a state authorization committee. At that time, Maharashtra government also recognized the institution and the breed death committee. And the KM hospital was one of the first to get that recognition. In May 1999, Maharashtra government was the first in the country to issue the state level guidelines to implement the disease donor organ transplant. There is a booklet which is available, which I think all the hospitals should have it, and the students should read it. What were the guidelines at that time in 1999? And the people who are involved always remember that history is important. You should not forget the historical past. And here there are names of the people who contributed to these guidelines and implementation of this act in the state of Maharashtra. Now, on 9 July 1999, again, the Maharashtra was the first state in the country to issue a government resolution and created 2 bodies, one at the state level, what is called Maharashtra Confederation for Organ Transplantation or MACFOT, and at the city level or the zonal level, what is called the Zonal Transplant Coordination Center or the ZTCC. So the flow is like this. We have got a state level, which is called MACFOT. We have got regional body, which is called the ZTCC, which is basically pertains to the revenue divisions. And there are 4 ZTCC created. Mumbai was the first to come in 2000, followed by Pune in 2003, and then Nagpur, Aurangabad followed in 2013. Now, all the hospitals which are registered for any transplant activity have to be registered to their regional respective ZTCC. So, what is the role? Now, I have talked about the central government organization's role. Now we come to the what is the state government organization's role. That is where we come to the role of the MACFOT and the ZTCC. I'm sure that quite a few of you understand the Marathi, and but I can translate that for your those who don't understand. That MACFOT, that is state level body, was created basically to run the disease organ donation program in the state and create all the technical guidelines for the same. And also, because ZTCC were created under MACFOT to coordinate between the different ZTCC. So all the 4 ZTCC office bearers, we interact whenever we used to have the meeting of the MACFOT. And also to encourage the NGOs to create the awareness in the public about the disease organ donation. While at the ZTCC level, it's basically to create the awareness in the public, to prepare the waiting list for the patients who are waiting for the transplantation and getting the disease organ donor, and distribute the organs when they are available as per the state guidelines, and make the effort that most of the organs are utilized, and to provide the technical guidance and the research in the field of the organ transplantation to the government. So we come to the now to the ZTCC. So ZTCC, all the four ZTCC, they have been created as an independent body, and they are registered with Charity Commission. Okay, it has got a memorandum association, the rules, regulations, and everything. So basically, it consists of administrative heads of all the registered transplant hospitals, okay, which is compulsory. Representative of the State Appropriate Authority, State Authorization Committee, and NGO and the journalists. There are subcommittees, so the chairperson and co-chairperson of each organ-specific subcommittee, and the transplant coordinators subcommittee, and the intensive subcommittee. They are part of this ZTCC. So it has got three-layer functioning. One is the executive council, which has got president, vice president, general secretary, joint secretary, and treasurer, governing council, and the general body. Now remember one thing, this whole body is run by the honoraries. None of us, any of the office bearers, are paid anything either by the government or by the ZTCC. And we have got expert committee, which is organ specific. And these are the committees which guide us in organ distribution and also to help in revising the allocation guidelines as per the scientific knowledge which is available at this stage. And then there are miscellaneous committee, the ethical committee, internal audit committee. So what are the functions? Just to summarize again, to maintain the common waiting list for each organ for the city, distribute the organ to the most suitable recipient as per the priority list, coordinate all activities for procurement of the organs, organize awareness program for the professional as well as public to promote the cadaver transplant, and to provide technical help in preparing and updating the organ distribution guidelines. Now, for listing of the patient, I'll just give you the brief summary. Patient has to register through the hospital, not directly to the ZTCC, and can register from only one hospital in the jurisdiction of a ZTCC. And now the rule is that you can register only from the one hospital within the district. And the updated list is sent to the hospital. When the disease donor becomes available, the hospital coordinator informs the ZTCC about the availability and all the details about this. Then the ZTCC coordinator takes all the details, informs the recipient coordinators, and checks the wait list which is available on the computerized list, and carry out the cross match for the kidney distribution, and coordinates between all the donor hospitals regarding the distribution and the retrievals. So at the time of distribution, there are organ specific committee chairpersons and co-chairperson. They remain on call almost for 24 hours by 7 days, and issue whenever there are issues in distribution, later on issues are discussed at the subcommittee level. So how the allotment happens? One kidney is allocated to the donor hospital, second goes to the city. In the liver, heart, and the lung, the first priority to the super urgent patient, and if there is no super urgent or urgent patient, then it goes to the donor hospital wait list first, and then the city wait list. So donor hospital gets the first priority, next to the patient from the city waiting list. If there is nobody in the city waiting list, then the organ is offered to the SOTO. If there is nothing in the SOTO, there is no recipient, then it is offered to the ROTO and then to the national body, the NOTO. So how the integration has happened in Maharashtra? Because we have NOTO, ROTO, SOTO on one side, and we have already pre-existing MACFOT and the ZTCC. So this is how this organogram, the transplant hospital, NTORC are attached to ZTCC. ZTCC is administratively under MACFOT and the State Appropriate Authority, but For the purpose of distribution organ, it goes to the Soto, Maharashtra, and from Soto, it flows to the Roto, Mumbai, and then to the Noto. Now, creating awareness is one of the activity. You can see that. Now, I considered as far as the medical profession, which includes the nursing also, everybody, that working for the cause of disease organ donation is fulfilling a medical social responsibility, which is called the MSR. And that's why we should work in this field. The transparency and fairness in the distribution of the organs is the most important thing to bring the trust of the public. I am very happy to share with you that in 2019, Maharashtra became the first in the country in the organ donation field and was awarded the certificate for recognition by the central government. So we started very slowly. If you see the numbers, initially from 97 to 2003, it was only Mumbai JTCC contributing, then the Pune JTCC started contributing, and then we see the Nagpur and Aurangabad coming to picture. Till date, more than 1,000 organ donations, the cadaver donations have happened in the Maharashtra. And this is the graph, how it has gone up. Now, only thing is that due to the COVID, 2020 and 21, the numbers have come down. Now, it is important to see how the state is performing vis-a-vis the other states. Now, you must have heard and people talk about the Tamil Nadu model. If you look at it, from 2016, when Tamil Nadu peaked, we were still second in the country, but slowly we have taken over from 2019 as the first in the country for the organ donation. I always consider disease organ donation equivalent to sacrifice by the soldiers on the border. They sacrifice the life for our safety, and the donor family gives this altruistic donation for the safety of the patients who will otherwise die of the end organ failure. So my message is, don't carry any organs to the heaven, as God doesn't need the transplant. Give them for the transplantation to save the fellow human life. Leave them the earth for saving the 6 lives, and thus you continue, live in the 6 human beings and attain the eternity. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, sir, for that very detailed and a beautiful presentation. Examples and various roles and regulations being conducted by the various different organizations we had elaborated in detail. I would request our Honorable Principal, ma'am, Dr. Prabhake Dasila, ma'am, to kindly speak few words.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you very much, sir. It was a wonderful session. I joined, just you started and I listened to it. And it is we are doing for a good cause for the nation and for all those patients who are affected and who are in need of organ transplantation. So thank you very much for your valuable inputs in this area. This value-added course we have initiated this year for the final year students who will be graduating soon. So this input will definitely help them to practice in their future when they are working in the critical care areas, in the emergency department. The sessions will be really wonderful for their future endeavors. So thank you very much. And I welcome all other speakers also to speak on this and give their input, so it will be benefiting to those who will be graduating soon. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We'll go with our next session for today's training. Second is role of hospital administrative in transplant program. This session will be dealt by Dr. Kalyani Sen, Director of MGM New Bombay Hospitals, Vashi. Before we go into the session, let us have a brief introduction about Madam. Dr. Kalyani Sen, Director of MGM New Bombay Hospital, Vashi. Madam is a clinician with combined experience of over 35 years in government as well as private sectors, worked in various medical colleges, Army and Air Force clinics, and private hospitals. Madam completed her PG in Hospital Administration from TISS Mumbai and MPhil in Hospital and Health Management from BITS Pilani. Madam is an alumni of IIM Ahmedabad and is also a faculty mentor and guide for students of various institutes such as TISS, Symbiosis, MGM IHS, and many more. We welcome you, ma'am, for the session, and over to you.
A very good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Welcome. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. And at the outset, I would like to say that after Dr. Mathur speaks, I think nobody should have spoken, but unfortunately, I have been given he being the senior most, and sir's talk was really, really very elaborate and lot of technical details. There is, before I begin my topic, I would like to thank MGM Institute of Health Sciences and MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, Prabha Madam, Dr. Jyoti Chaudhary, Sarika, and all the organizers. And it's indeed a privilege and honor. And though we are part of the same trust, but it's always good to address the students and contribute in whichever small way we can, so that, to add to even an inch of their understanding or a millimeter of their understanding about organ transplant, because it's a new topic and it's good that I could contribute to this value education courses, and hope something they will catch on, something they will remember out of this half an hour that I propose to speak. I have made very few slides. I didn't get the time, but I'll start with a few videos, which probably, maybe my slide, first slide. Yeah. My last slide. Okay. So as we know, yeah, the role of administration in transplant is not, specific, yet it is all pervasive. It is kind of a central and a pivotal role. So for all the students, there is no, people confuse the word administration. Each one is an administrator in their own way, in their own field. The nurses are also administrators. And one administrator doesn't do administration in a hospital. It's we all do it together. Like the nursing does its administration. There are components of administration. So the nursing director, the nursing superintendent, or the principal, whoever is the senior most, will need a team. So administration is all about teamwork. And as the next few slides will tell you, that it's all about teamwork. So the main thing in organ transplant is the institutional commitment, like the institute or the hospital or the organization. The commitment of that organization is very, very important. How committed are we towards the organ transplant program? That is the first thing, and everything drives from there. And whether we have a will to participate in the cadaver organ donation. Otherwise, it can become a certificate on a piece of paper, and nobody takes the effort, because it's a lot of effort and a lot of hard work, even to convert one cadaver. And because from one cadaver, we can do 8 donations, and it benefits at least minimum 8 people can be benefited. Now I'm leaving possibilities like skin donation and all that, but I'm talking about solid organ donation. Then we know that how much even one cadaver is so precious, since there is a major mismatch between the demand and supply of organs. And the main thing is, once the institute is committed towards the program, then it should be communicated, like each and every one, from nursing to administration, to doctors should know that the management is very, very serious about this program. And then only the things will happen. Now, so administration of organ donation, when we will see, it is more of about the competencies. Administration has to ensure that the people who run this program have the required competencies. The OT nurse has the required experience and competency, is trained enough. Similarly, the administrator who handles is trained enough. The pivotal role of organ transplant is also the transplant coordinator. He should be well trained. He or she should be well aware of all the legalities, the formalities, then the paperwork, how to coordinate, with whom to coordinate, whom to report. So each and every one has to be competent in their role, right from the critical care nurse, the brainstem death committee. Over the past 2 days, the program I'm hearing, each one has given a lot of information, a lot of detail. And so you can make out, it's not a small thing. Even to talk about it is huge. It takes 2 days. And it takes a lot of time to learn and to understand. So competency of the people who handle this program is very important. Then the main thing, how do we run this program if there is no cadaver? How do we get a cadaver? That is the main thing. Agar ye itna easy hota, to roz ek cadaver ho jata. But nahi hota hai. There are so many barriers to it. So counseling, how to counsel? There is no formula for counseling. It is an art. It is, you know, of course, you need to understand the psyche, but sometimes the effective counseling happens from the most unexpected person. It may not happen from the person who's a doctorate in psychology. It may happen from a neighbor of the brain dead person who says, "Ab de dijiye, isse itne jan ka bhala hoga." Maybe he believes in that person and he will agree. So it is not that always, you know, how you speak, how you communicate, how you connect from the heart is more important in counseling. And at the center of all this program is the counseling. So all the nurses, and sometimes what we have seen in my experience, whatever little, that sometimes once or twice the bedside nurse has said, I think this person's parameters are dropping, going towards brain death. So then the doctor goes, checks. So sometimes the responsibility of even identification is on the bedside nurse. So their role is not small. So they may think, I'm just a bedside nurse, but that is not what it is. They may be the main person who starts the whole process. So, and counseling, because they listen to the nurse can give vital information. Who are the relatives? What is their nature? Are they aggressive? कौन आता है, कौन इनके लिए बात करता है रोज, decision maker कौन है? We get so many tips. Always, though the legalities is done by the next of kin, but sometimes the nurses give us valuable information, or the duty doctor, you know, इनके लिए इनका बड़ा बेटा आता है. He is the one who is calling the shots. He is making the payment. So, you know, decision also will be his. So उसको कैसे पटा के, you know, how to practically, you know. So these things are important. Then coordination is very important. Once we identify a cadaver, coordination, how we coordinate, and no one person, though we call transplant coordinator, he is the main person, he or she, but each one has to do their role in clockwork precision. Only then we have a successful cadaver transplant happening. And then it is an act, as we all know, the TOHA Act, the Human Organ Transplant Act. So the TOHA Act is a legal, it's bound by, in a legal framework, we are bound when we are doing transplant. So there are a lot of legal compliances, there are a lot of things we have to take care of. So now, just to give the students who are new to what we do, most of the people might be knowing, because, so just to give an overview, in MGM, we have done, we have identified 32 cadavers, which have been successfully transplanted. So we have donated to the organ pool 9 hearts, liver 27, cornea 18, 57 kidneys, and 1 pancreas and 1 lung. So this was our total contribution, which is quite good, but I won't say extraordinary, and we all have to work more. But yes, we have done 32 cadavers. So our cadaver and live ratio is almost same, and we have done a similar kind of live. So now here I would also like to tell the people who are not aware that the first transplant, heart transplant that happened in Mumbai after a gap of almost 35, 40 years was from MGM Vashi. We had donated the heart, and we still feel that we set the ball rolling in Maharashtra. After that, we got the permission for heart transplant, but we are yet to do a heart transplant. But yes, the ball was set rolling by us. So I'll just show a few pictures and all to make it less monotonous. So, here, you can see this is the MGM gate, and this was the ambulance. So the ambulance, though now sometimes we don't feel like taking the name of the patient, but then yes. So from MGM Hospital Vashi to Fortis in Mulund, covering a distance of 19 kilometers in just 14 minutes. So a green corridor was made. And we can see this box for students who are watching this. So this is where the heart was. So green corridor is made generally for the heart transplant, transport, because the other organs, the ischemia time is longer. So in the heart, it is, and all this is very time sensitive. So you just can't bring a dabba and take it. It has to be insulated. The temperature has to be maintained. And this is how the heart goes in this box, okay? And what is inside the box, contents, all those details are there. But maybe, in this presentation, later on, if they want, we can have people talking about it. So this is how the green corridor, so at every green corridor is made. So you can see 14 minutes maybe had covered, and see how the roads are vacant. This was peak traffic time. So that we had to coordinate with the traffic police, inform the commissioner, Bombay commissioner, Navi Mumbai commissioner, and they made a green corridor. So before that, this word was not heard in Bombay. So we had made the arrangement, and we had arranged it. And it was first time that such a thing has happened. So this you can see in the MGM. This is the MGM photograph. They are taking the heart and going out. So this is the team from Fortis. This is our doctors and all. This is near the lift when they come out. So this is how I was showing the pictures. So, the students get a big idea about how it looks finally. Heart goes, and how big is the box in which the heart goes. Heart is small, but the way it is packed, there's a technique for packing. There's a technique of putting ice slush. So those who are interested, really interested, our OT nurses and OT coordinator managers will give you all the details. You all are part of our team anytime. Welcome to go into any details. Okay. So the next slide, next video. So since I'm on videos, I think I'll finish the media part little bit before I proceed with the talk. So see, it is also, like I said, the will to participate and also communicate. So communicate in my hospital. If I communicate in hospital, I will do the training, but I have to communicate in the community. People from the community, my staff and we are not going to become brain dead, all of us, to donate cadavers, hopefully. But yes, how do you popularize the concept of organ donation? It is a new concept. So community awareness. So every year we do the walkathon with different themes in which we talk about it, in which we have people of the community, our various institutes, the colleges, the nursing colleges, the engineering colleges, the law college, then people of the community, then different associations participate. And Prabha madam has seen that the collection is nothing less than 10,000 plus. So maximum we have gone up to is 13,000 to 14,000 in one day, one walkathon. So I would like to show one or two I have kept because of shortage of time. And where is that? Okay, I'll see this one. So see, where is it? Is it visible?
It is moving. It will come, ma'am.
It will come. I don't know what is happening. Yeah. Maybe from the WhatsApp page. Sorry, I think we are losing time. Whatever is available. So, so we can see here, you know, what is the role of administration, administrator, the nursing superintendent. They are all ticking. Once we identify donor, then half the administration is inside the critical care, trying to, you know, to do, where are the other videos? Can we see something else? One sec, sorry for interrupting like this. दूसरा वाला वीडियो जिसमें वॉक विद फन वाला व्हाट्सएप में दिखा So this is the kind of people, not this walk with fun, the one which I've saved on the WhatsApp. So, you know, this is the kind of the gathering. I'm so sorry. Okay. So we have a huge gathering. So I think I'll continue while this is being fixed. I think I'll just see if this plays, otherwise if not. Okay, fine. Where's the WhatsApp thing? We have a message. Yeah. नहीं आ रहा क्यों? Okay, so I'll continue with the PPT. I'm so sorry, this is not working, but anyways. So you see, we do a lot of efforts and events and in popularizing this concept and of organ transplant. So the role of administration will be summed up in this one screen. And that is the administration plays a very central and a very nodal role. So they have to coordinate with various agencies and various entities, like number one, the ZTCC, NOTO, ROTO, SOTO. Then critical care, main thing, where the cadaver is being identified, the counseling is happening, the arrangements are being made, the relatives are deciding, consent is being taken. So the hub of activities is the critical care. And when this is happening, the whole of administration, practically, we are sitting, we are talking. So in some of the videos I wanted to say, when we are speaking, we are like like we are looking drugged because we have not slept the whole night. Because continuously phone is coming and then sometimes we have to go and speak. So there was one of the donors who didn't speak a word of Hindi, English, nothing, spoke only Odia. So we had to get this one, Dr. Mohanty to speak in Odia. I can speak because I speak Bengali, Odia is very similar. So I could manage to this thing. The wife of the donor was hardly in her 30s. She was crying like anything and she was dressed in a red sari like a bride. ऐसे डार्क साड़ी उसको बोलना ब्रेन डेड और उसको समझाना ब्रेन डेड is easy on paper, but it's not easy. Let me tell you, I was literally forcing her, you eat something, then I'll speak to you. She was saying, आपको जो बताना है पहले बताओ, फिर मैं आपका सुनूंगी. So she didn't eat, we didn't eat. My administrator, he's no more today, Mr. Shashankar, with all due respects to him. He used to be very, very, dedicated towards these programs, and he used to participate in each and everything. So he was telling, ma'am, you try to explain. So I didn't know, I don't speak Odia, but I somehow managed. Then I called Dr. Mohanty, then found a neighbor who speaks Hindi and English, and then we managed to communicate. So it's not easy. So the hub of activity is always the critical care of the hospital. Then the next, when the decision is being made, the apnea test is, we know that the apnea test will be positive and the brainstem death committee is sitting here and working. The OT has to be parallelly prepared. While the OTs prepare a lot, the OT, the pharmacy, the custodial solution, the ice slush and all that, how much they have to store, prepare, even they have to cancel other cases, communicate to all the surgeons. People are, patients sometimes, we need the OT, we need to cancel the other cases. So all those, lot of coordination from the OT manager, the OT nurses, and the arrangements. Parallelly, we have to also inform the doctors. If the doctors are coming from outside, retrieval team, suppose heart is being going to Chennai or to some other hospital in Bombay, they will have to come and first remove the heart. Heart is the first thing to be removed. So, communicate to them. Then the pharmacy is also parallelly activated. And the external agencies are also activated. Many of the cases who go for who are brain dead are road traffic accident victims. So PM to do a retrieval before postmortem. For that, we need the NOC of the police or some clearances from police. So now the police, the death could have occurred in any part of the road, any part of the jurisdiction, may informing, keeping a good listening with the police. Sometimes, we have to speak, sometimes SIR speaks, sometimes we have to speak. Then we know the transplant coordinator is running and coordinating that, at the same time contacting the recipient list. So it is like 3 days. I don't think anybody sleeps in the hospital. And so the police and external agencies, the police, other hospitals. So a team has to come from Chennai. So they have to book their tickets and be ready to fly in, to collect the heart, which time till they collect the heart, we have to maintain the donor so that the donor does not start slipping and we lose the donor. So relatives, donor recipients, so those who will come to receive the organ, jinka hona hai, they also have to be activated, be ready to make the payments, to come, get themselves organized. So we have to give everybody a little bit of lead time. Then the transplant team has to be activated. Then the labs, radiology, then the patients who will be transplanted, they have to go for a dialysis, scheduling dialysis, sometimes in the middle of the night, getting the technicians in. Then also, the brain stem death committee and the local authorization committee. So all these committees are there. So I'll come to all that later. Then once the person says that, okay, we are going to donate cadaver, we are going to donate the organ, we cannot bill them after that. So the billing has to be activated. Then please don't bill and all those instructions. Then ambulance, transportation, to and fro. Sometimes to get the cross-matching done, there are 2-3 hospitals in Bombay where we have to send Hinduja, Jaslok, and Kokilabin. So people have to be, geared up, ambulance, transport, drivers. So basically, admin has to have a seamless coordination with various entities to motivate the team to do this. Otherwise, oh God, we'll not identify cadaver. 3 din ka kaam apna badh jayega. So you have to keep, the goal and the objective has to be drummed and communicated again and again. So people are very enthused about it. And at the heart of it is the consultant treating the case and the intensivist and the critical care nurses, critical care doctors. They play a very, very important role. So we have to keep the entire team motivated, see that, late night hair, drop facility for the doctors, the staff, food for them, simple things, informing their parents that they'll be staying, monitoring what is going on, because everything has to be done within a legal framework with all documentation, consents, forms, etc. All that also we have to monitor. So this is the role, basically the role of administration. And so I said that institutional commitment and will to participate is the main thing. Then we educate the people towards the program, like we are trying to a little bit, make the students aware of how the whole thing happens. So we have to promote, educate, and increase the public awareness about this on various platforms about cadaver transplant. And since we get less organs, we have to use the organs optimally. And no organ and no donation should go waste because of lapses. That, we didn't maintain the cadaver properly, even though they gave consent, the organs we are losing. So that should not happen, because it's such a precious thing, we cannot lose it. So training and awareness of internal manpower, be it nurses, be it doctors, be it the doctors may be specialists in their field, but they don't know the the different small nitty-gritties and the coordination which is required. We cannot assume that because a person is a neurosurgeon, that person knows everything about organ transplant and the legalities. The nurse may know better. The junior most doctor may know better. The transplant coordinator knows better. So we have to increase the awareness of the internal manpower, and that means each and everybody, including senior most consultant to the junior most, even the transporter, the ambulance services, everybody. Then we have to provide infrastructure proper, see that infection control, logistics, supplies, everything is in order. Then how sensitive are we in counseling the patients? How sensitive are we? Do we give them a good place for counseling? The relative, you have to let them go through all the stages of grief. You have to be with them and yet not be intrusive. You have to let them absorb the thing. You know, somebody is crying after hearing the news. It may be the parent, it may be the spouse, it may be something, children. So it is very traumatic. So all that also, we also are second victims when such things happen, but then we have to run the program. Okay. So legal and statutory compliances and are to be complied with. And in the heart of legal and statutory compliances is documentation, documentation, documentation. So in that, for example, each and everybody should know the form. So once we do the brain death declaration, the form 8 has to be signed, which is the consent. Who signs the consent? So the form 8 is signed after the first or second apnea. The minute they say, okay, we are ready to give the organ, or the person has signed a donor card, that person who died has signed a donor card and relatives want to request his wish, or the relatives or the next of kin want to donate. Once they have given the willingness, understood the concept of donation, we have communicated, then they feel what is the consent. On the top of the consent is written declaration cum consent, and it's a form number 8. So in cadaveric transplant, this form 8 is filled. Who fills it? Next of kin fills it. So it has to be the next of kin. That is, who is the next of kin? All that we can go to later. Form number 10 is the death certificate, the brain death certificate. So when is the time of death? That is a debate. So when the second apnea is done, so 2 apneas are done, you have been told in other classes, 2 apneas are done 6 hours apart. When the second apnea is done, that is the time of death, okay? Not the time of removal of organ. When the second apnea is done, that is the time of death in the certificate. Because after that, the circulatory system is working, but the brain death is the real death. Brainstem death is the death of the thing. So every time you say brain death, please say brainstem death. So then the coordination, then we have to follow all the ethical guidelines. Nothing unethical can happen because ZTCC is monitoring it very closely. So everything is within the ethical guidelines. Who gets the donor? How is the organ distributed? The donor cannot say because we have had such requests. We will donate if the kidney goes to my relative. Usko kidney failure hai, usko dena padega. You cannot do that. We cannot change those things. So we... So then we have to respect the wishes of the donor and his family members. Sometimes they say we don't want any publicity. We don't want our names to come in the paper. If that is so, sometimes we put the names that people will be motivated. But some families are very, they don't like publicity. So if they say no publicity, the media also should cooperate and understand. And the role to keep the media away from such places and to sensationalize the things is the job of the administration. We have to be firm. Sometimes they say, if you don't tell public, how they will know कि इतना अच्छा काम उन्होंने किया है, नेक काम किया है. ऐसे नेक काम तो किया है, but उनकी इच्छा है कि उनका नाम नहीं आए, तो आप उनका प्लीज नाम मत छापिएगा, फोटो मत छापिएगा. So these things, sometimes we will have to get in and speak very firmly that we also want to do the program, but we don't want to disturb anybody. Now the billing issues I've already said, monthly reports to the appropriate authority. Then the clinical team, sometimes they think administration is only nursing administration and medical administration. What about the clinical teams? Clinical teams also have an administrative role, and each one's roles and responsibilities should be defined and followed. Otherwise, there'll be a chaos, utter chaos. The role of nurses is very, very important. So I wanted to just highlight. See, the nurse's role is in bedside at the bedside of the patient, where the activities are happening. In the critical care, before that, they have to do the donor maintenance. Till the consent is happening, till all the activities are going on, they have to maintain the cadaver, maintain the blood pressure, take good care so no infection sets in post-op. So the critical care nursing is the heart of this program. Then counseling, of course, it is very, very important how we counsel, and that is at the center of things. Then documentation, OT. In the documentation also, nurses only get so many signatures done. Counseling also they do. And OT, in the recovery, you tell me a place where the nurses are not there. In the OT, they are doing as OT nurses. In the recovery, they are taking care of the patient. In transportation, they are there. And then till the body is released, they organize the dignified release, packing the body, being silent. When the relatives come and cry, they stand they stand next to them and they wait for them to grieve in silence. So all this is the role of nurses. So role of nurses is very, very important, from that identification till the dignified release of the cadaver to counseling. And while they are there at the bedside, they also learn how to counsel, what method of counseling works. There's no single formula. For each person, it is different. Then the nurses should know the brainstem death committee, who are the members in this particular hospital. Every hospital has their brainstem death committee. So the nurses should know and be aware, and they should ask, ye brainstem death committee ke members kaun hai is hospital mein? What are the guidelines? What does this committee do? What are the exclusion or the confounding factors of brainstem death declaration? So how to recognize brain death, how to confirm after first and second apnea, how to communicate, what am I going to do? What is my role? So each one should build, and once they join us here, we train each of them in all these roles, and then counseling, and then brainstem documentation and donor maintenance protocol. So these are the, for any successful program like organ transplant to work, people should be aware of these acts. I think Nursing College has done a wonderful compilation of all the important topics, like they have covered everything similar to that. End of life care, breaking bad news, donor maintenance, composition and responsibility of various committees should be known. What is the jurisdiction of the committee? Mathur sir has already given, but in simplified form, Mathur sir has given a very broad perspective of the entire, how the system works, like ZTCC, NOTO, ROTO, SOTO. But at the hospital level, at the micro level, at the departmental level, where we will be working, how is the things, how is the documentation there, how are the legalities and all should be known to all the students. So for counseling, there should be an appropriate place, and I have seen it for effective counseling, it is always a team approach. So if the treating consultant is telling, if only intensivist and nurse is telling, they don't care. They'll say, वो हमारे doctor हैं, उन्होंने अभी तक कुछ नहीं बोला. कई बार ऐसे भी हुआ है that it is admitted under a particular surgeon or neurosurgeon, and that doctor is not very pro organ transplant. I'm just giving an example. So, or not very pro or not very enthused, because he has not seen, very senior person not seen these things happening, brain death declaration. Though his name is there in the committee, he was not very pro. So he was, the patient said, हम सब समझ रहे हैं, but जो हमारे doctor है, वो जब तक कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे, I will not take a decision. Okay. So you have to always involve the treating consultant, then the intensivist, the BSD committee members, the caring nurse who takes care, the transplant coordinator, admin representative, because the transplant coordinator has to be there when the brainstem death is declared, has to be there. The first information for brain death comes to transplant coordination. He is an important part of the admin, the whole mechanism. Because from him, we will come to know what is the, through him, a lot of communication happens. The admin representative, and there's a star over here. People must be wondering what is the star. So sometimes we have seen in effective counseling, there is one small star person who every time is a different person. Sometimes it's a person who speaks the same language. Sometimes it's a neighbor. Sometimes it's not a member of the family. It may be a religious head. It may be a guru. It may be some relative, somebody who influences that family, who has an influential relationship with the family. So our role is also to identify this star which can convert the conversion into an organ donation. So we have seen every time, and this star, you can't make out he's a star. He doesn't speak much. He's very quiet. वो ये आपको इंग्लिश में भी बात नहीं करेगा, मराठी नहीं बोलेगा, हिंदी नहीं बोलेगा, अपने ही लैंग्वेज में कुछ बोल के चला जाएगा, अपने रिलेटिव. आफ्टर दैट हाँ हम डोनेट करेंगे. So what is this first start talking, how the dynamics are changing. So always don't think you will go and counsel and they will give the organ. No, you have to look for this little star in the family, and that star may convert your counseling into a effective counseling and a donation. So the technique is be gentle, show sensitivity, don't be in a hurry. Aap abhi bata do, otherwise the organ, we will lose the patient. No, never hurry. Give them time to accept and think over. Let them go through the stages of grief. Support them, but also give them privacy. If they want to be alone, the nurse is standing, they're crying, they're hugging each other, they're crying family members. The nurse can always tell, yeah, I'll just wait outside. You can be here. And call me, I'm just there. So, even their presence is enough. You don't have to always be, keep. And then what happens is that because our counseling doesn't convert into a donation, so don't get dejected. Repeat again and again, so that, the person, and when you repeat again and again, you will come to know what is the reason for which the person is not donating. What are the reasons? Is it a religious reason? It is they don't care about the concept of organ donation. They are scared. If they donate, they will be born without kidneys and liver in the next birth. What is the reason? How can we address those reasons? Not we as a community, we as a nation, we as a organization, ZTCC, unless we know the reason for refusal, how do we address those things if we want this program to work? And keep trying. Every brain death doesn't convert into a donation. That is 100% proven fact. But keep trying. Try counseling. See what happens. Some people will say, "Bilkul baat mat karo iske bare mein. We will just take our patient and go from here." If they're very aggressive, if they just don't want to listen, gently put the idea. And if you can't be effective, get somebody else in the hospital to speak. Involve the administration, counselors, intensivists, consultant. We will keep trying. But do not get, he scolded me, he told me, don't come near me and talk about brain death. Hum tumko ye karenge, wo karenge. Sometimes the nurses or the junior doctors get very scared. Don't get dejected. This is what it is. There's a denial. No, everybody knows the stages of grief. They are going through that phase of denial. So give them time. And important points are time management. See, once they've given a consent, then they are sitting on a horse. हमको बॉडी दे दो, कितने घंटे में बॉडी दोगे, कितने घंटे में ये ट्रांसप्लांट होगा, 7 बजे तक देना, 5 बजे तक देना. And then we are thinking now the Chennai say we have to inform the team will come from Chennai. So it is a huge coordination. So many tests have to be done, and relatives will give you a boundary. We will donate, but we want body at such and such time. So relatives are impatient for body. So we have to give them continuous counseling. See, it takes this much time, but you are going to giving us 5 more hours. You have done such a noble donation. So continuous counseling will be required. Then we have to balance the wishes of the family with the practical issues. See, for the heart, it is done in Chennai. The flight will come. The doctors will come in that flight. Then the operation takes this much time. So please cooperate. In that time, keep them engaged. Give them whatever, refreshments, food, meals. Keep them engaged. One person in the admin will be occupied with them, because at any moment they may say, "Hum apna consent withdraw karenge." They can say. So you have to keep them. And in that time, the senior management is always involved. Okay. I don't know how it happens in other hospitals. Here we are always around, or our representatives are around. We ensure that the relative donors are not alone. So the team coordination is a challenge. When the teams come from outside, they come from different hospitals to take organ. Some people are in a hurry. They don't care. Organ lena hai, jana hai. They don't even think that the organ will come from a human who was living few hours before, like us. and the way some of them behave is not desired. You will observe. I'm not telling you to do something about it. Please observe human behavior and you learn a lot from human behavior. This is not the way I will behave when I'm in that situation. That is the only lesson to learn from human behavior, what not to do and how to behave. So mutual respect and discipline is very, very important. We have seen very horrible retrievals happening at our hospital. The behavior was not the best of people who came, but we have to have mutual respect and discipline. Some have been so nice. Especially, I really appreciate the teams from Chennai, their behavior, the way they behaved, the way they took the organ, the way they left, silent, polite, patient. I mean, I feel they are the role models. So we have to be similar. Bombay people are more aggressive. So that aggression should be less. Same is expected from the visiting team. So when our people will visit other hospital for retrieval, they should also be polite. Sometimes the retrieval team has run away without doing OT documentation in our hospital. So the nurse could not tell, wo to hari mein the, wo bole, हाँ पता है. What will the nurse do? She is winding up the case. Be polite yet firm regarding documentation. At least tell your senior he has not put the OT notes and run away. We have had instances. Then we have to call them back, and our transplant coordinators going to the hospital and filling the OT notes, which is, I'm telling you that these things will happen. And so this is all, so we have to be polite in admin. So when the administration is involved, we tell that please complete the documentation. What you have done is not right. You were in a hurry. We understand. So when I will send my coordinator, but please fill the notes and don't hold him up. So we have to be polite yet firm regarding documentation because it's a legal requirement. You cannot be okay, come, take and go. Nothing like that. So sometimes they have come to take the organ. This was comical. They came with one dabba, security stopped in the middle of the night. तुम कौन हो? नहीं, मुझे ऑर्गन लेना है. आप कौन हो भाई? ना आई कार्ड है, ना कुछ है. कोई भी आ जाएंगे कहीं से ऑर्गन लेने. I won't name the hospital. It's in Bombay only, and obviously a good hospital. So then our Mr. Shashankar said, I don't recognize you. Where is your I card? He said, sir, I came in a hurry. I'm not carrying my I card. Bolo, you speak to your hospital. Let them mail the I card. Let them mail an authorization letter. Till then you sit in my office. I'm not letting you enter the OT. So authority letter from other recipient hospital. When we insisted, then those things came and they were very apologetic. I card of the representative you are sending. How I know who is the person coming? I card kya hai uska? Authorization letter kya hai uska? They may seem all silly things which people don't talk about, but these are what we have faced. And then they are shouting, time, they are holding us. Time itna lag raha hai, samajhna chahiye. But you understand my legality also. How my administrator will allow if there is no authority letter? So insulated. So it's a little balance. Then we ring up. We tell, please send it, mail it to us. We understand. So we let them go to the OT, but we don't let the organ leave till the authority letter, which came in a very short while. Within half an hour, we got all the papers. But the thing is, these are also important. You cannot let anybody enter into your area without any paper just because he says, I'm the biggest surgeon in the world and take your things. Don't. I'm telling this because nurses are and will be playing a very, very key role in the future. The role of nursing has been redefined and it will be the, you can say, the hallmark of medical care. So they will have to know these things and they will have to be firm, affirmative, and they have to know where to draw the line. It is a balancing act. There is no rule or formulas, but with practice, the perfection will come. So some important points, like when we did transplant in the COVID, we are following the old protocol. So due to COVID, there is so much of COVID protocol. So that also has to be followed. Now they had a new thing, COVID gene expert of the donor. So we took the ET swab and we did gene expert. But then they said, nahi chalega, ET secretion chahiye. Then we had to do the ET secretion. So these were also learning experiences for us. So I'm just sharing it because, even we didn't know about it. And there is not anything that everything we can't know. And every day we are learning. So we will learn together new things. You will learn, I will also learn. Then the organ movement. Once the organ has been procured, how the organ will move, whether a green corridor is to be arranged. Then we have to get into touch with the district administration, police and other things, our ambulance service, other ambulance service, all that, so many things. Organ movement, then post-organ donation. This is the last part. That, you know, then the body goes for PM. Now there is some order that PM can be done in the OT also, but we have not had such instances. So we send for PM. So there has to be one liaising officer who goes, or a liaising person who goes to the for the PM, accompanies family. Organ le liya, fir chhod diya unko. No, with due respect, wreath laying by senior staff management, Dr. Kadam, me, in the lobby, we have had, I wanted to show those videos, but unfortunately it's not playing. So we have done wreath laying, and where they were not averse to publicity, we gave them like a farewell, like a guard of honor when the body was being taken. Then we have given logistic support to the family, like transportation. Sometimes they are from rural Maharashtra. After PM, they will go to Satara, this place, that place. So we arrange all that. If they want ambulance, the family needs any support, we give our ambulance, 1 or 2 ambulances. Then we have not even charged for those things, because they have done the biggest sacrifice. They have lost a dear member. They have given also paid part of the bill. Now we have to be human beings. If we want this program to go ahead, सबको थोड़ा थोड़ा कुछ छोड़ना पड़ेगा, तभी ये program आगे बढ़ेगी. If we are very commercial about organ donation, then I personally feel this program will not work the way in which we have to. We have to all leave a bit, you know, leave a bit. The patient is leaving everything. So why we can't leave a little bit of ego, a little bit of anger, a little bit of, you know, everything, like transport. Acha itna 3,000 de lijiye. Why? The transportation will be free. We don't take any transportation from the relatives. We always, we are with the family. We see them off till the gate, either me or Kadam sir or the transplant coordinator. At least in this hospital, whatever little we have done, we have tried to do it with the most human touch. And the numbers should increase. That is my only wish. The numbers should increase. And some of our representatives, if they are local donors, then they have even attended the funeral. Mr. Bachao or Weber, somebody has gone and even attended the funeral. If they are fine, if we come to know, then sometimes we have sent a letter of appreciation to their houses. Those ZTCC also has those recognition of the donor family award functions. But we have also done on our way, whatever we could. Some of them were outstation donors, so we have mailed them. Some of the donors' wife, like the Gangadhar swine patient, whose wife was in that red sari, I told like a bride she was dressed. That lady, she rang me up that day from Orissa. Madam, आप कैसे हो? बच्चे अभी English medium में पढ़ रहे हैं, गाँव में हैं हम. Bombay आएंगे तो आपसे मिलेंगे. So the thing is, it is a connection of a lifetime. It is not that they donate. It is done in our hospitals. So if we think of it as a human being, this thing, nursing is all about care and the human touch. So at the end of all our legalities, formalities, we are human beings and we have to handle this program in the same way. I think this is my first slide and last slide. So I think this is a repeat that what is the role of the medical director is compliances and all these things. I think I've spoken about it. I may have exceeded my time. I will just try 1 minute if I can play any video. After that, I'll just close. Just 1 minute मैं try कर लेती हूँ. अगर होता है तो good, well and good. Stop sharing. So I think we have a problem here. So thank you very much. I will close my presentation here and thanks. I hope I could add something to your value addition courses. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Prabha. Thank you.
It was outstanding presentation, ma'am. Actually, the students must have heard their teachers or somebody saying about organ donation. These people must have participated in spreading awareness in the health talk or something. But it is such a noble cause, and you have explained each and every intricacy of the work to be done in this process. And I was having goosebumps when I was listening to you. And
yeah, it's very, very horrible.
Yeah.
When we had our first donor,
Yeah.
I think we have written in one book also, Kadam sir and we have written. So in that girl was 17-year-old. She was staying with her chacha, and chacha ne data uska parents, only daughter. They had gone to native place. She got depressed and she jumped from the 17th floor of one building in Sanpada. Oh my God, I can't believe it. मैं छिप के उनके parents को देख रही थी अपने ऑफिस से कि बता दो उस भीड़ में parents कौन है. I could not face the parents. I mean counseling तो दूर रहे, but in that case we did counsel. The parents came forward. They were from the Jain community who are very, very pro organ donation. They came forward and they said, "Agar organ donation hai is hospital mein, when Vaibhav went, we will donate." So it is not that for every donation we can take the credit of effective counseling. Sometimes, and I was hiding, literally. And Vaibhav was telling me, "Wo wali hai jo churidar mein khadi hai." I was hiding to see who it is. It is so much. We break down. We are like second victims of that. When we counsel, because we start relating. If it's a child, we start relating. If it's a parent, we start relating. So it is very, very tough on the counselors and on us. And 3 days, I don't think Vaibhav even goes and changes clothes. He's sitting in the hospital. So it is like that. Yes. So I'm sure it is with other hospitals who are doing good transplant work. And Mathur sir also has visited us.
Yes. I really thank Dr. Mathur for giving such a wonderful, having such wonderful team who can speak so well. And when we were asked to give 2 value-added courses, so we have done 2 courses this year, which we are going to introduce. One is the palliative nursing and another one is the transplant nursing. These 2 we had decided this year. So we were not knowing how good it will go on. But today, listening to both of you, I'm sure the graduates who will be graduating and they will have employability. It is mainly for the skill and employability. When they go out with their certificates, it will be definitely helping them to get better jobs. And another thing, I know, knowing each and every element of transplant nursing care, they will definitely do a good job when they go out of this institution and start working in any of the institution all over Mumbai, all over country, and all over world. This certificate will definitely help them to do a better job from the bedside to the end point of the transplant donation and transplant nursing care. So I thank Dr. Kalyani Sen, Madam, and Dr. Surendra Mathur sir for having this wonderful network having with you so that we can continue this kind of value-added course every year. So this will be continued throughout the year. We can have spread it out or we can have it in 2 days. And Dr. Jyoti Chaudhary has coordinated with everyone and she has done a wonderful job for making this program a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Make a comment here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Sorry,
Yes, Jyoti, 1 minute. Sir wants to speak someone.
Yeah. So we are on my foot soldiers. And today I'm very happy to listen to Dr. Kalyani Sen. She outshone me. Let me put it this way.
No, sir, nobody can.
You have
been a teacher to everybody.
The whole thing, the way you have put the role of a teacher.
Yes, sir.
I think it's a very good beginning. And I learned a lot of things, insights, okay, which I will use it to rectify those things. Okay. And I'm definitely looking forward to Kalyan to speak to our consultants. They're required to be told all these things, the behavior and all that thing. That's very important thing.
Yes,
that's true.
Thank you to the organizations. I know the MGM Hospital as a whole. I'm also not hospital is a trust, and I know Dr. Nitin Kadam personally, and they have been in the forefront for this organ donation drive, and that's what is very important. So I'm thankful to all of you for inviting me for this, I might be listening to a few of the lectures. That is out of my curiosity how the people are delivering their things. So you won't mind, I hope so. Yeah, I will not be interrupting or I will not be speaking. I just want to listen to you.
Not mind, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that wonderful session. Any queries or doubts that is to be cleared from Dr. Mathur sir and Dr. Kalyani ma'am?
Yeah, the students can
yes.
ask the questions.
Yes. Any doubts or any clarifications that you require, you can put it in the chat box, or else you can ask directly. I think they might be clear with the entire concept because Madam went much in detail about the same. Thank you so much, ma'am. We'll go ahead with our next session.
Yeah, Dr. Jyoti and Dr. Sarika, in case they have any queries or they want, then Prabha ma'am can tell Savia and me. We can all answer. Sometimes the students are shy to ask on such platforms. But if you have any wish, we will always organize something. No problem. I'll tell Savia and we'll organize in detail. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mathu sir. Thank you, Prabha. Thank you, sir.
Our next session is on hand transplant, which will be dealt by Dr. Nilesh Bahi Satwai, sir, hand transplant surgeon of Global Hospital. Sir will be dealing with the topics such as indication, recipient and donor preparation for transplant, and post-transplant care, complications, immunosuppression drug use, and rehabilitation. Before we start with the session, I'd like to have a small introduction about sir. Dr. Nilesh Bahi Satwai, sir, Senior Consultant and Head of the Department of Plastic, Aesthetic, Hand and Reconstructive Microsurgery of Global Hospitals Super Specialty and Transplant Center, Parel. Sir completed his MS in General Surgery from ATM Medical College, Mumbai, and Masters in Surgery in Plastic Surgery from GS Medical College and KM Hospital. Sir is an executive council member for various organizations such as APSI, Indian Society for Surgery of Hands, and many more. Sir has various achievements such as Sir had headed the team performing the first bilateral hand transplant in Mumbai, Maharashtra, Western India, and also had achieved Robert Eckland Asante Overseas Traveling Fellowship from Indian Society for Surgery of Hand, and many more under his credits. I welcome you, sir, for this session.
Yes, thank you so much for the kind introduction. Can I begin my presentation?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So I'll share my screen and yes. So I would first of all thank the organizers for providing this opportunity to speak to the wonderful audience. And I really enjoyed the previous talk, and I must really congratulate Dr. Kalyani Sen. It was really a wonderful talk, and perfectly it hit the right chords of my heart. And it was really an educative talk of what we really need to know about a transplantation program, because this is unlike any other normal surgical aspect that we deal with. Transplant has a lot of social, emotional, and psychological aspect which we need to deal with in order to run a successful program and to increase the number of organ donations in our city and in our country in general. I would also apologize to the organizers that I'm going to deviate slightly from the topic because I am not going to talk much in terms of the technical aspects of patient care or monitoring or the medical aspect which the nurses handle, because that is available anywhere and everywhere, and you can learn it or you're actually already learned it, or any ICU nurse who is working in transplant units knows about it. So I am basically going to talk more about hand transplant in general, because I have realized over the last several years that the awareness and knowledge of what hand transplant exactly is and what difference does it make to somebody and why is it so important and essential is lacking among all members of the hospital as well, and even of the allied specialties. In fact, like I am a plastic surgeon or I am a hand surgeon, but even the plastic surgeons and hand surgeons who do not deal with hand surgery or transplant surgery do not really know much about the technical intricacies of hand transplants and the social and moral or ethical aspects of hand transplants. So that is exactly what I would like to focus upon, and I would like to take like you to take the messages from what I'm trying to say or what I'm trying to explain. So I will thank ZTCC Mumbai and MGM Hospital for inviting me. So transplant is basically a process of taking organ from one person and implanting it into the body of another person. So this is in broadly known as a transplant. Now, like we all begin with Lord Ganesha, who is our beloved God. He is supposedly the first recipient of a head transplant, right? So the mythological story we are well aware of, and our Indian or Hindu mythology is full of such wonderful stories which depict the role of transplants in our culture. So in addition, also the European or the Egyptian or Greek culture depicts a lot of wonderful creatures which are a combination of two or three different animals which are a representative of a transplant. So this concept of transplant has been in our society for a very long time, and then we are applying the same thoughts and ideas now in our clinical practice. So knowledge is power. So what everybody knows needs to know is that we need to have our basics clear. We need, as a person who is associated with organ transplants, we need to have our concepts clear so that we are able to educate others, we are able to counsel them well, and we are able to convince them well. Only if you are confident, your body language is comfortable, only then the person in front is likely to trust you. So organ donation or getting an organ donation, I believe, is purely dependent upon how the coordinator or the grief counselor or the ICU nurses or the intensivists, they deal with the relatives, they talk to the relatives, they gain their confidence, they enlighten them about the importance of organ transplants, and hence they convince them to let their beloved person live even after his death. So I believe that having a good knowledge about all these things is very important for you to be able to deal with it in an effective and constructive manner. So broadly, organ transplants have been classified as solid organ transplants and the different entity called as a vascularized composite allotransplantation. So what does a VCA mean? A VCA involves organs or structures which are not solid or and which are composed of 2, 3, 4 or different variety of tissues. So a hand is a VCA because it consists of skin, it consists of bone, it consists of tendon, it consists of blood vessels, it consists of nerves. So all these composite structures, they lead to it being classified as a VCA. So till date, a lot of VCAs have been performed across the world. These are mainly the hand and the face. In addition, larynx can be transplanted, abdominal wall can be transplanted, uterus can be transplanted. Lower limb was attempted, but it is no longer being done. And also, penile transplant has been proved to be helpful and effective in some studies. So to begin with, hand surgery is an extremely specialized field. Generally, a plastic surgeon or an orthopedic surgeon has to train specifically in order to be able to deal with the different variety of hand problems. That is because the hand is anatomically extremely complex. There are too many structures in the hand, and the function of the hand is very intricate. So all these makes the knowledge and in-depth idea of the anatomy and function of the hand extremely important. In addition, a hand surgeon also should have microsurgical expertise, and all these actually demands the specialized training required in hand surgery. So the beauty of hands can be described by this sentence from Isaac Newton, who said that in the absence of any other proof, the thumb alone would convince me of God's existence. So you see this, the chimpanzee's thumb, who is supposedly our predecessor, is much different from the human thumb. And the main characteristics of the human thumb are that it is stable, it is opposable. The ability of the thumb to reach the fingers is what makes it very special. So the human thumb, opposable human thumb, is the main advantage of the of man over the other primates. So if we realize a homunculus means what our brain sees. It means that in terms of function or in terms of importance, the different body parts are represented in different areas of the brain. So the hands, which are active throughout the day, and we use them in practically every activity. Even when we are talking, we are using our hands to express our emotions. So hands have a really a complex function, and they are an extremely important aspect of our day-to-day life. And hence, the area which the hands represent in the brain is extremely large. So this image represents the large amount of area that the brain provides to the hand, because they are so much active in their function. So that is the importance of hand. It is considered as a masterpiece of human evolution, and it is impossible to duplicate the hand function even in today's era. Traditionally, after a hand amputation, the only solution that was provided to amputees was a prosthesis. But these prostheses, they do not provide any sensations. They cannot be used in water, and it is a weight hanging on the patient's shoulder. And hence, most of the amputees, they find that the prosthesis is not of much use, and they give up the use of prosthesis. So you can imagine what a person who is undergone an amputation must be suffering from. If we have to perform our activities with just one hand, or consider ourselves as bilateral amputees, and we cannot use our hands at all. So imagine the amount of disability that we may feel. So often these patients, they lose their jobs, they are depressed, they are withdrawn, they tend, their personal relations in the family get strained, they become dependent on their family members for most of their activities. And hence, it is a very depressing, disabling situation for these unfortunate amputees. It is realized that life is important, but the quality of life is probably more important. And that is because every person has his own ideas, wishes, desires, feelings, emotions, and he wants to fulfill his own dreams. He wants to live a life which is full of self-respect. He does not want to be dependent on anybody for his basic activities. So that is the reason why the quality of life is so important. And a hand amputee has a severely compromised quality of life, because he is dependent on practically most of his activities, right from getting up in the morning, brushing his teeth, going to the washroom, his personal hygiene, all these factors, he's dependent on somebody else. So that really has a severe impact on the patient's social and emotional status. And that is what is aimed to be addressed by hand transplantation. So worldwide, there have been transplant centers. Most of them were in the US and the Europe, but now the centers in the Asia are probably more active, more so in India. India did the first hand transplant in 2015 in Amrita Institute, Kochi, followed by which there were a few transplants at Stanley, Chennai, and Jipmer, Pondicherry. Following which, Global Hospital, Mumbai, we did our first transplant last year in August 2020. So these are some images of people who have undergone hand transplants. So this patient who was a left hand amputee had undergone a hand transplant in US. So he is the oldest patient surviving after a hand transplant. It is more than 23 years now that the transplant was done in US, and he's doing absolutely fine, and he's leading a good normal life. These are some other images across the globe. This was an European patient. This was from America. This was the youngest boy who has undergone bilateral hand transplant following an infected necrosis of both his hands. This is a famous picture from India. This was an Afghan soldier who underwent bilateral hand transplant at Amrita Institute, Kochi. The best part of hand transplant is that the transplanted hand can be seen, it can be touched, it can be felt. So it is extremely emotional. This is actually the wife of the donor. Look at her expressions and of seeing her husband's hands alive on somebody else's body. So hands really have that great emotional and social impact, and that really makes hand transplant very special. So in December 2016, we got our license at Global Hospital, and since then we were trying hard to create awareness to get donations, because I realized that it is easy to get a patient who is suitable to undergo a hand transplant. I mean, that is the recipient. Because anybody who is suffering daily in his life is definitely going to try to find out some solutions. So the time the news was out that Global Hospital is now registered for hand transplants, we had hundreds of patients who came for asking for transplants. But what is lacking is the awareness of organ donation among the donors. And the more so, just as I said that the hand transplants are special because they are external and they are visible, similarly the hesitation to donate hands is also for the same reason, that the donation is external and it is visible, and it causes a visible mutilation of that of the body, and that is what causes the hesitation or reluctancy of the donor family to donate hands, because they don't want to see the mutilated body of their loved one. They are willing to donate all organs from inside, but they refuse to donate hands. And that has been our experience even today, even till last week. Even after having done a successful transplant, we still suffer from the same problems. We still struggle to overcome the same issues. So this mindset being broken is extremely important. And that is where I find that all of us play an important role. All of us can be a leader. A leader need not be essentially a head of an institute or a senior doctor or somebody. Everybody of us can be a leader, because everybody is an individual who is performing in his job sphere. And when you are dealing with your patients, when you are talking to the relatives, you can become a leader by taking the lead, providing them the right information, counseling them, guiding them, motivating them, setting examples. All these factors will eventually help in improving the awareness and situation of organ donation in our country. So this is an hand transplant registry, which indicates all the countries and units that have performed hand transplant till date. And it is a matter of happiness that Mumbai Global Hospital also features on this list now. So I will run through the story of Monica so that you know what exactly happens and how important this change was in her life. So Monica was like any other girl. She was a college-going girl. She had her own ambitions and desires. Everybody likes to dress well, look well, click pictures, be socially active. She was doing all that things. But unfortunately, in 2014, she met with a train accident, which resulted in amputation of both her hands. The accident happened at the Ghatkopar station, and the hands could not be reattached. So the best thing for such patients is to primarily reach a hand surgery center or a microvascular center where the replantation of the amputated hand can happen. That is the best possible thing to happen, because if you are able to reattach the cut part, the hands can function to a reasonable extent, and then they do not need transplant in future. Because the main problem with transplant is that these patients have to be on lifelong immunosuppression, which has its own set of risks, problems, and complications. So it is always good if we can avoid a situation where a person has to be on lifelong immunosuppression. And for that, it is also important that we create awareness for hand injuries. Any person undergoing an amputation of a finger, of a digit, of a thumb, of a hand should ideally be shifted to a center which is capable of performing a replantation surgery or reattaching the same part immediately. So Monica came to me in 2017. She was a bilateral amputee. She was dependent on her mother for everything. She was quite soft-spoken and withdrawn personality, and I could sense her frustration. I could sense her depression. Now, we registered Monica on the transplant list on 2018, and she was waiting on the waiting list to get an organ. This was her preoperative status. So these were some of the activities that Monica was doing preoperatively. She was still managing. The human brain is really wonderful. It tends to adjust with all situations. It tends to compromise. It tends to innovate and do whatever is possible in whatever situation. So she was using an artificial hands just for social reasons. They were stiff fingers, not functional, not moving, and these are just lightweight artificial hands, just to avoid social attention, because a bilateral amputee always tends to attract social attention. She was also able to write with this. So I told you the plasticity of human brain is really wonderful. And that is what plays a role again after the transplant when these patients undergo physiotherapy and rehabilitation. Using a mobile is an extremely important part in today's day and life. She was using this very cleverly. She was using the bony prominence on her amputation stump to operate the mobile. So we all want things to be simple and easy, and we all in our dreams we just believe that everything should be smooth and fast. So we hope that the road to success is like this. But yes, as mentioned by our previous speakers as well, it is a tough path. It is full of problems, difficulties, challenges at every stage. But yes, persistence is what pays in the long run, and we have to be persistent. We have to be focused on our goal, and we have to keep working towards our goal every day and every moment. So the wait began for Monica after registration. She was waiting for more than 2 years at a stretch. In between, there was an unfortunate event when she lost her father, who himself was a patient of kidney failure and was on dialysis. And he, in fact, he also needed a kidney transplant, but he could not make it till he got the organ. The wait continued till August 2020, when we were all in the lockdown following the COVID-19 pandemic. When we got a call from Chennai saying that there was a potential donor, a 34-year-old male, whose family was graciously willing to donate both his hands. Now the logistical challenge is hand transplant is that we need a very big team. We need to work at 4 places. Suppose the 2 teams are working at the recipient hands, 2 teams are working at the donor hands. So we had to organize all that team as soon as possible. Plus, with the COVID-19 restrictions, there was a problem of getting the organ from Chennai. So somebody had to fly to Chennai. Our transplant coordinator, Mr. Rahul, collected Monica's blood. He flew to Chennai. They got the cross match done there. They coordinated with the other teams. Luckily, it was not possible due to the flight restrictions. It was not possible for somebody of us to fly there. But yes, we got some help from Chennai. My friends there did the organ harvest. They accompanied the organ and they flew back. By the time myself and our team started preparing Monica. So these are some of the operative images where the recipient preparation is going on. We need to identify all the structures possible. As I said, the hand consists of the muscles, tendons, nerves, blood vessels, and all these structures have to be aligned and matched perfectly so that they heal well and they recover well and we get a good function. So these are the teams working at different positions. This is the donor hand dissection happening. These are the structures which are identified, labeled, tagged. Then the bony fixation has to be done first. The bones are fixed. The blood vessels have to be anastomosed first in order to restore the blood circulation and to end the ischemia time. And then following the blood circulation is restored, we have to repair all the other structures in a sequential manner so as to aim for a good function. So the difference in hand and other solid organs is that the solid organs such as liver, kidney will start functioning on day one after they are being transplanted. But the hand only survives on day one after the blood circulation is restored. But the function of the hand depends upon the recovery of the nerves. So if in Monica's case, the transplant was done at the almost at the level of the elbow, from there till the recovery of the hand, it will take at least 1.5 years for the full function to recover. Monica is now 1 year down the line. She has recovered very satisfactorily, but yes, there is still some time to go till she gets fully independent and fully functional. So this is after the skin closure. You see, after a long surgery, this surgery took almost 16 hours, and there is a lot of swelling and edema in the tissues, which leads to some bulk at the site of the repair. This is our team after the surgery. This was widely covered in the media, and this really helped and boosted the program to a very significant extent in terms of awareness. Now, at least most of the people know about Monica's story, or they are slightly more aware as compared to what problem we were facing in the previous couple of years. Yes, as this is a social cause, so finances have to take a back seat. This is actually a cause which we have taken up as a almost like a charity, and the rehabilitation of these patients, or the gratification and satisfaction of having helped them is so big that we really don't look at finances in these situations. And I'm happy that Global Hospital Mumbai also shares a similar passion, and we really helped Monica to raise her funds by raising a fundraising campaign. We received a lot of support from the society. Mr. Anand Mahindra himself was extremely happy, and he lended a helping hand. So there are a lot of people in the society who are definitely willing to come ahead and help these people, and we are doing the same for all our future patients as well. So this is Monica immediately after the surgery. You see that the best thing of the hands is that they are visible, so you can monitor them, you can observe them, and judge the recovery. So you see that the hand should look normal. That indicates that the blood circulation to the hands is good. This is on day 4. She was up and about in the bed. She was sitting. We made her stand and walk after that in the ICU because it was COVID times. So we did not, we really avoided any social contact. Her family was totally isolated for almost a month, and they met her first only at the time of the discharge. So 1 month later, almost on 26th of September, she was discharged. That was a very emotional moment for her. It was a dream come true for her, and she really hoped that her father was with her at that time. So this is a team effort. A lot of departments, including plastic surgery, orthopedic surgery, anesthesia, immunology, nursing, physiotherapy, anesthesia, are involved in this, and they really play a very important role. So Monica has become part of our family now. We celebrated her birthday last year. She is now able to perform a lot of activities. In December, then we started seeing the recovery. We first noted a flicker of movement. So this is almost, the surgery happened on 28th of August, and this is 15th of December. So it took almost 4 months for the first sign of recovery to be seen, a small flicker of movement happening in the fingers. This was followed by some more improvement in the finger movements. So the nerve recovery is extremely slow. the average rate of with which a nerve recovers is 1 millimeter per day. So depending on what level the nerve has been repaired or connected, it is going to take that many days for it to reach the target. So if the distance is 35 centimeters, it is going to take 350 days to reach the target. And then the reaching the target is one thing, because the muscle power when the nerve reaches the target is grade 1, and it has to reach to grade 5 for it to gain power and range. So after the target muscle is reached, then the therapy of that muscle starts, and then you have to strengthen that muscle, and then it gains strength and movement over time. So it is an extremely long course of recovery, and you really have to be patient. You really have to be motivated yourself and to motivate the patient as well, to be hopeful and positive about it. But yes, the thought of having got her hands back itself is extremely satisfying for her. She also started using her mobile phone. She's now typing with the thumb. So it is like a child who is growing day by day and who is gaining newer milestones. So it is a very gratifying experience for all of us to see Monica making progress day by day. So nurses have a role to play at every stage, be it counseling, be it patient care, be it care of the donor, maintenance of the donor, developing a rapport with the family, motivating them, educating them, monitoring a post-op patient, monitoring the vital parameters, checking for signs of rejection. The good thing in hand is that they are visible, so any rejection or any reaction is visible, which can be picked up early. Post-operatively, we have wound care nurses, we have transplant coordinator nurses who are regularly in touch with our transplant patients. They keep following up, they keep a track on their social activities, they keep a track on their they keep them motivated basically. They encourage them to do newer things. Their follow-up tests, the follow-up biopsies, the physiotherapies, all these things. So nurses have a role to play in every stage. You just need to rise above your level, take up a responsibility, and ensure that you deliver the best possible from your side. So I will not go much into this because these are more very technical things which all of you know. The difficulties and challenges, as I said, is lack of awareness, the social myths and taboos, religious beliefs, visible mutilation of the body, cost and financial, and lifelong immunosuppression. So all these we already went across, and we need to keep working on this. As a nurse yourself or as a medical personnel, the most important or basic things is at least I should know everything, my family should know everything, and my friends and relatives should know everything. Even if every individual does this, we will be reaching out to a large number of people, and we will be educating a large number of our population. So the need of the hour is to create awareness, as I said, for plastic surgery, for hand injuries, and timely treatment of hand injuries, so that they don't land up in a situation where a transplant is needed. And unfortunately, if the amputation has already happened, then we need to create awareness for hand transplants, hand donation, and tissue donation. Because donation, the concept of it is really so fascinating. But I'm surprised why the roadblock to it is so firm. Because people are willing to, after death, a body is burnt or it is buried after some time, and it is lost forever. But the organ donation and transplant is such a wonderful opportunity for that person to keep living in so many different individuals, and to give them a new life. So I think we should think of it in a neutral environment, because when the person is already sick, when he is in the ICU, when he is on the deathbed, it is extremely difficult for a new concept or a new idea to enter our mind and to accept that, because it tends to give a conflict of interest sort of opinion. But if we educate the masses sufficiently beforehand, so they are more open to ideas when the time actually comes. So I believe that this is an ongoing process, and we still have to just have to continue our goal of creating awareness. So Monica herself is now behaving like an ambassador for hand transplant, and she is creating awareness about hand transplant. And she herself is an example, because there's nothing more reassuring than seeing her recover, and seeing her function, and seeing her become independent. And also that now Monica is now employed at Global Hospital. She is now working like a coordinator. So that itself will also immensely help the program to a large extent, and in creating awareness for organ donation. So transplant is a ray of hope for these amputees. There are so many patients who are on the waiting list, but unfortunately there is a severe dearth of organs. We hear several transplants happening. Even in the last 2 weeks, there have been transplants happening, but all these patients have refused to donate hands, and that is really the challenge in front of us. This is a very recent news that had come up. The donor family, you can see the donor family had flown from Chennai to meet Monica, and here you can see the emotions running high when they could feel and touch the hands of their son even after his death. Monica's dream of performing the Ganesha Aarti was also fulfilled this year when she did the Aarti at our hospital. So the transplant is an ultimate legacy a person can leave, and it is the greatest gift of community service we can give. And I believe that the nurses and the administration and all the other bodies such as ZTCC, ROTO, SOTO, NOTO have an extremely important role to play in creating awareness for transplants. And I would also like to bring to the notice that all, thankfully, NOTO, ROTO, SOTO have been very active socially these days. We see one Twitter post from these associations almost on a daily basis. And my job on a daily basis is to reply their tweets saying that there is no mention of hands in their creatives, because they mention of liver, they mention of kidney, they mention of heart, they mention of lungs, but they do not mention hands even now. So that is the situation right now. The awareness is needed for the society and for ourselves as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very detailed description about the topic that we had assigned to you, with a very good example. Actually, it was really a new area even for us, because as we say, like the commonest kind of transplant that usually happens is like heart transplant, cornea, and so and so. But the hand transplant, it's really a new area, I would say. And you have said, and the transformation right from pre-op till post-op, everything went in a stepwise process. You have included it in the slides. Thank you so much, sir, for that, and also for accepting our invitation. Any queries?
Thank you.
Anything from?
Can I just once say?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Nilesh, it was so wonderful. I really admired all your slides.
Thank you.
Absolutely wonderful and beautiful slides. I don't know, you must be having a compendium of slides. When I start making the presentation, they're so drab. You must take class on how to make presentations. Beautiful. Very nice. Wonderful work and wonderful presentation. Appreciate a lot. I learned also. I was not aware of the details of the Monica case, but it was nice. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In fact, as a plastic surgeon, we deal with cosmetic or aesthetic surgery. So that cosmetic or aesthetic is a part of everything, even of making slides. So photography also is an extremely important part of plastic surgery. So how you take photographs, how the lighting and how the arrangement should be, that is in fact a part of our curriculum. Yes. So all that probably reflects.
Maybe the aesthetics, high on aesthetics. So really appreciate. Nice. We don't find people making such beautiful presentations normally. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Dr. Nilesh.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your talk also. It was really wonderful.
Thank you so much.
So, questions, if any?
Any questions,
Yeah,
students?
fine.
Not posted. No, sir.
Sure.
So we'll go ahead with our next session. Our next session is on counseling, especially the counseling to donor family as well as recipient family, which is one of the most important criteria and most challenging aspect in case of transplant. And that session will be dealt by Mrs. Bhavana Shah, madam. Madam is a senior transplant coordinator in Bokart Hospital, Mumbai Central. So we'll have a brief introduction about madam before we listen to her. Mrs. Bhavana Shah, Senior Executive Admin, Bokart Hospital, Mumbai Central. Madam is Senior Transplant Coordinator of Mumbai and ECM member of IATC Maharashtra. She is also winner of Swami Narayan Best Transplant Coordinator Award in 2013, which is the first award from Maharashtra. And she is also an expert in counseling many families for organ donation and succeed them to consult for organ donation in most of the cases. We are very happy to invite you, madam, for this session, and over to you.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Just a moment, I'll just share my PPT. I'll just
yes, madam. Yes.
Ma'am, I'm audible to you, everyone?
Yes.
Okay. So we had a good lecture on hand transplant just before my presentation. And Dr. Nilesh said a good thing. Still, it is a lacking for the hand transplant, and the counseling skill can, increase the hand donation. So definitely it is an important topic given to me. Thanks for that. I'll say organizers to thanks to giving me this such a beautiful topic. Every organ donation is a different. So whenever we get a call from ICU, okay, there are a potential donor. So all cases are different. You cannot connect similar to the each and every one. And you need a different skills to apply for the counseling. You have to understand the family background. You understand what cause, what happens with them, how the situation right now going on, and this helps to the counseling. This helps to the talk to the family how we can convert easily for the organ donation. And this communication is not only with the family. Whenever is a transplant coordinator is counseling with the family, it is not only with the family, but we have a multiple people, like a medical experts, paramedical, non-medical personals, and definitely nurses play an important role in that. Because nurses are 24/7 with that patient, because we have to maintain the disease donor, potential donor with the medically. So they are around the donor. So it is very important to the nurses to understand how to talk to the family, what they have to talk, when they have to talk this. So we'll go ahead with the counseling. So counseling skills of the transplant. So if we talk about the counseling, what is counseling? So we have to be a good listener. If you will not listen properly, you will not understand the family, you will not able to provide the proper information to the family. You have to be genuine. You do not have to be any false or wrong information to the family. Judgmental means you do not have to judgment. Okay, this person will be, if we say he will deny immediately, we do not judge. We do not have to judge. We have to keep and calm. We have to just inform. A proper information we have to pass. And whatever they say, we have to accept. We have to understand, we have to listen, and we have to accept. This counseling we call a grief counseling. So what is the grief? So grief is the one of the most depressive moment in their life. If you think, if sudden, we say sudden death, sudden, they are losing the life of the near and dear one. So it is the grief moment. And very difficult, they are near and dear one to accept that. So it is a grief moment. Grief counseling is a form of psychotherapy. And what we do basically in that counseling, we try to help them. We try to help them to cope up with that grief. We try to help them physically, emotionally, socially, spiritually. We talk with them. We understand what they required, and according to that, we try to help them. What you have to take care of that as a grief counselor. As a grief counselor, we have to understand that what is the perfect time to talk with them. It's not like that the doctor has said your patient is not doing well and you're directly going to the family members and talking to. No, let them understand for what's going on, going to with their near and dear one. So according to that, we have to sometimes understand with the nurses. When you, when we get a call, as I'll give an example, when we get a call for the ICU, okay, there is a one potential donor, we do not go directly to the family. We just first go to the ICU. We first talk to the nurses, because nurses are 24/7 there. So they know the family members, they know the how they are talking. So we little bit take the, understanding from them, okay, how the family members, they are accepting or not, what the situation is going on. So according to that, we start our talk of the organ donation with them. So we'll go through one by one is the stages of the grief. So always when somebody declare about the brain dead to their family members, so it's not like that the family will accept immediately. So there are some stages of the grief: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and the final one is acceptance. So we'll go one by one. So what is the denial? So sometimes when the news goes from the doctor or someone from the ICU intensivist, the patient is not doing well, he or she is a brain dead, the relatives, the near family members will not immediately ready to accept that. They are in the denial mode. They will not accept that something has happened to their near and dear one. They will refuse. They will say, no, 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 doctor, you can see again. It may be some chances. So these things will come because shock for them. Why they bring to the hospital to the patient? They always pray that my person will be cured. He will be good. He will come back home. So suddenly this news goes. So people will not accept immediately. So this stage we call a denial stage. The next is anger. So in anger, why is this happening? Who is to blame? Sometimes what happens, sudden death. If sudden death happen, or the death of the small child or a young one, so people will not ready to accept that. And they are in sometimes if they little bit late to take a hospital, or maybe some situation happens, they always curse them. Okay, we can prevent that if we brought early. So this is an anger moment for them, So this, they demise, they're aggressive in that time. And they feel that it was a lack of opportunity to spend a time with their relatives. Sometimes they feel if suddenly something happens, so they have not spent time with, maybe some person is in the office and something happens, they are not with the family at home. So family always feel that we were not with them and something is happened. So this will be the anger movement. Third is the bargaining and negotiation. This is a third stage of the grief. Sometimes they feel, why us? Maybe it can be happen with other, but why with us only? We always say God, why it happened with us only, why everything is doing with us only. So we are not deserving that. We are doing always, we are praying to the God, why it's happened with. So this is the bargaining and negotiation time. Not only in this manner, but sometimes when we talk about the organ donation, they will bargain in the different way also. If they accept little bit, so they start talking to our family member is also suffering from organ failure. So can you will give one organ to our family member? Maybe they ask some medical facilities free of cost, a lifetime, or they ask negotiation in billing also. Okay, if we'll do organ donation, you will waive off our bill. So this part is of the bargaining and negotiation. Fourth is a depression and sadness. Slowly, when time goes, when these stages goes, people little bit start to understand, family members start to understand when time pass. The time is the one of the thing which, cure everything. So slowly when time pass, the stages come of the depression and sadness. So they understand that something is really happened to our near and dear one. Maybe that person cannot come out. So they start accepting. And the last stage of is acceptance. So in this stage, the family members have completely accepted that, okay, our patient is no more longer. So they can, in this situation, they can take the decision what to do further. So this is the right time to talk to the family members about the organ donation. So one request, never make a request when the family is in the stage of anger, denial and bargaining. Because if it is in anger, we'll tell you our personal experience. If it is a relative angry, you cannot talk with them. Maybe they are very more in the mood of, with the fighting and all that, so you cannot counsel in that time. If in the mood of denial, how much you will talk with them, you will counsel, they will not accept. And bargaining, bargaining also one of the biggest challenge when we go for the counseling. But you have to be very clear in your counseling point. This is a noble cost. It is a donation. So it should not be bargained. But as per the rule, if you will give a consent as per the Human Organ Transplant Act, we can will not charge after the consent, whatever will be. So this should be a clear idea in your mind when you go for the counseling. So what is the important? So basically, when we say okay, we gone for the counseling, we know everything. We know the brain dead, what is a potential donor, what is the apnea test, but family doesn't know because they have not come across this type of the situation. They are not aware about the medical terms. They are disturbed. Someone is in the ICU on a ventilator. It is a potential donor, brain dead. So this time is very difficult for them. It is a very difficult to digest them. Now that person will be no more with them. So we have to help them. Support for donor families will help in their grief recovery. So what points will be support? So as a nursing, I always request my nurses in the ICU, whenever they ask something, please give the accurate information because your information will help them. Okay. And if you give accurate, don't give any false things or any wrong things, to them. He is on ventilator or his, heart is beating. They don't understand all medical terms. So give the accurate information. And if they doesn't know, they have to connect to the doctor. They have to arrange the meeting so doctor can explain the medical terms to them. And don't show the sympathy, show the empathy. And tell all staff to help them in any manner. Give the information about the organ donation. What is the organ donation? How it happens? Because there are so many questions. Family have so many questions when they come across this organ donation topic. So they ask so many questions. So you also know about something about the organ donation. So you can give some information. The chance to ask the question. we have to give the complete more chance to them to ask the question, because if they will not ask the question, we will not understand what going in their mind. So we have to give a more chance to ask the questions. And when sometimes they ask if we want to meet our relative in the ICU, we know there are some time frame to meet the relatives, in the ICU timing we have. But in this situation, sometimes we give a special arrangement to go and see their patient. So it's, help in our counseling, this thing. Decoupling. So whenever it is a decoupling time, we do not have to talk about the organ donation. Decoupling is a time where somewhere is a increasing and somewhere is a decreasing, So we are asking for the donation. We want to save more lives. But opposite side, the potential donor families, they are losing someone. So in this situation, still they are not accepting the death. We do not have to talk about the organ donation. Now the important is our topics, important things, who will be the decision makers. See, whenever patient in the ICU or in the hospital, there are so many people, around. From last 2 years, definitely because of the this pandemic, we were not allowing so many people to come, into the hospital. Or earlier, there's so many people around, ICU, and you do not find, okay, who will be the right person to talk with them. So as per the our HOTA Act, we have to the consent. So near kin give the consent. In the near kin is a father, mother, brother, sister, husband, wife, son, and daughter. They are the all near kin relatives. And we have to, we required a consent from them only. We cannot take a consent from the uncle, aunt, because if it is near relatives are not agree for that, they can object. So we have to properly counsel these near relatives and we have to take a consent from them. So they are the decision makers. They are going to take the decision what they have to donate. They have to donate or not. So we have to counsel, we have to understand, we have to take care of them who are continuous nearby them, whom can we counsel, and they will explain. If sometimes it happens, we have seen sometimes it happens, near family members are not in that situation. They are mentally not ready to listen all these things. So what we do, we just identify the person who can mentally stable, and we can counsel them and they can pass our message to them. So slowly they can also accept the things what we have wanted to tell them, what we have want to request them. So on that they can come to us and ask more questions about donations. Now questions. There are a lot of questions to the donor families. What does the donation operation involve? They doesn't know, okay, how they will operate. Maybe they have some myths, they will they will do the post-mortem. So we have to explain them. It is we want to utilize the organ. So it will be a proper surgery will be happen. Proper closure will be happen. We have to explain what happens after to the operation. Sometimes they feel that okay, they will not get a body if they will donate organs. So we have to explain about the body donation and organ donation. So we have to tell them after the operation and after the closure, everything properly, we will hand over the body. Will the person look different? So we have to tell them no. Earlier how it was, the person will be the same. It is not will be mutilated. Will funeral arrangement will be affect? No. Whatever as per their culture, they can do the funeral. When is the coroner's investigation required? So we have to, coroner's investigation means if any MLC cases, we have to send for the post-mortem. So we have to explain them. When we go for the counseling, we first check this case is MLC or not. Most of the road traffic accident cases are MLC. So we have to explain that time only. Okay, this person's after organ donation, the body will go for the post-mortem. So that we have to counsel before only. Can the family change their mind about their donation decision? Yes, definitely. We cannot force anyone for the donation. So they can, first they say no, next they come and they say yes also. Maybe first they say yes and sometimes it comes and say no also. So we have to respect that decision. what are the religious opinion about the donation. So sometimes they ask the religious also. So if they, we also doesn't know the what different religion says about the donation. If you find sometimes this type of the question or facing this type of the question, we try to connect to the that religious gurus, or maybe give some information about their religious gurus, so we can easily counsel them about the donation. Will the person's family be expected to pay for the cost of the donation? So we have to explain them that donation is will not cost anything, because once you have given a consent, the all costs bear by the hospitals. Which organs and tissues will be donated? So we have to explain what they can donate. Does the person's family have say in who receives the organ and tissues? This question comes every time. Whenever it is a donation happens, everyone asks. Because they wanted to know, but as per the rule, we always say them no. We cannot say who will get that organ. It should be, we do not have to give the names or their details to the donor family. Will the person's organs definitely be transplanted? So whatever organ will be a good, definitely it will be transplant. We have to inform them. Because before only we check which organ is good, we can transplant or not. So we have to inform them. If they have consent for the all organ, but in some cases, liver is fatty, they cannot take. So we have to inform them, we will not able to take a liver, so and so reason. So that we always give the accurate information to them. Is the transplantation always successful? See, transplant is depend on so many things. It's not only they are getting an organ and it will be success. It's depend on so many things. So we have to tell, definitely our doctors will try our 100% best for the success. Will the family receive information about the patient who have benefited from the donation? So we have to say no, we never give. Sometimes so much requests come from the donor family. We want to, or maybe we receive from the recipient family also. We want to say thank you to the donor family. We can meet them. So we don't give any information about the donor family to recipient family, or recipient family to donor family. Yeah, but like here in Mumbai, ZTCC is our mediator. So if they wanted to send any thank you letter or something, so what we do basically, we take thank you letters from the recipient's family, we give to the ZTCC, and ZTCC can help you out in that to just give the message to the donor families. So we can help you out in that way. So this is just technique one, Ramchandra protocol. It is a very old about the organ donation in brain dead patient. So always we feel that we have to start from the small tissue or organ. If we ask about the eyes to the donor family, and if their family is willing, so you can go forward to ask the solid organs, heart, kidney, liver, etc., hands, etc. If family is reluctant, they will do only eye donation. If they agree, family is willing, then you will get all multi-organs. And if family is not ready for the eyes, then definitely they will be not easily agree to the other organs. Yeah, but we have seen, as in current scenario, we have seen in my last case only, the young donor, 18-year-old girl, they were not ready before, but then they have donated hand also. So they took a time, maybe they took a 4-5 days time to accept that the death of the young one, and then they agreed for the all organ donation and hand also. So sometimes it takes a time. So we have to just help them. We have to counsel. We have to, whatever you can do for them, you have to do. So now about the consent, I'll give you just a small information about the consent, because it is also important part of, for the donation. So I have already told you about that we can take a consent from the near kin only. I have given the who will be the right person to take a consent, and which consent will take. I'll tell you the form number also. Timing. So only after the family has accepted that, when we'll take the written consent. Verbally, we so many times we counsel, that time they will say yes, but we require the written consent also. So once the families accept the death, the first apnea test is done, And when the close relatives are around and decision makers around, that time we have to take a consent, written consent. The approach, what approach we required when we take the consent. So definitely you cannot go out of the ICU and you will tell the relatives, no, you have to do the sitting arrangement, proper sitting arrangement. So their family members, their other friends or something who want more information, they can sit and we can counsel properly. Provide information about the brain death. They don't know about the clinical terms, and if they are asking more, you tell your one of the doctor to sit with you and answer the all questions what they raise. Boost the donor image. Definitely we try to that. We ask sometimes family members what the donor was what they wanted to do. Sometimes they tell us, you know, they wanted to donate the organs, they told us. So, you know, we try to boost their image. You are doing a good job. Their last wish was that, so you can do that. So we just boost their image. They have so many myths, you know, sometimes they feel that if we give the organ, we cannot next life we will not have that organ. So we have to, this false myths we have to clarify, and we do not have to give any false promises, and we have to tell them to ask the question, more and more questions. So it will be a most clarification will be for the donation. So consent, as per the HOTA Human Organ Transplant Act, we take a consent on form number 8. Most probably the transplant coordinator take with the after the first apnea. Form number 9 is the for the unclaimed body. So what we have to do is, so we have to basically we have to arrange the room with the privacy for the family, so they can express their grief. They can ask so many questions. They can clarify their whatever their queries. Identify the next of the kin or decision makers of the family and talk to them. So this is the important part of our talk, that we have to identify the next kin. Who are the next kin? Who will be the decision maker? Who will say yes for the organ donation? So this will be as a transplant coordinator, it is our personal experience. I told you earlier also, we always go to the ICU, we ask the nurses. So nurses play a very important role in that. Not only for the medically, clinically, they are maintaining the donor every time, giving a proper medication. They are keeping the BPs, monitoring and everything. But these things is also important, because that day-to-day life, they are coming across with the family members in a communication, to do the communication. So definitely the nurses are play a very important role. Sometimes it is better to talk to them as a group, as there may be dissenting members in the family who are against the organ donation. So I told you earlier, it happens in earlier, if the family members are not in a mental condition, so we have to discuss with the other family members, distant family members or friends, so they can pass our message to the family members. We should be very spontaneous to give the answers to informations and all that. Make the family feel comfortable. It should not be like, okay, we are going after every 1 minute and we are asking for the organ donation. No, they feel comfortable. We have to, you know, give, not every time you cannot ask for the organ donation, but we have to understand what they want to know. So we have to clarify that. And whenever it is the time, whenever we feel that, you know, they are accepted, that they wanted to know more, that time you have to talk about the organ donation. And we do not have to bias with any religion or anything or financial status. It is not that only educated people will come and give the consent. It is not like that. Uneducated people also understand very well about the organ donation, and they come forward and do that. So show compassion for those in a grief. So we have to help them. We have to empathy with them. Explain everything repeatedly. They will not understand in a one time. So we have to again and again, we have to tell them. We have to listen well to the family members, what they want to ask, overcome myths, express acceptance and give them support. We have to give enough time. I told you in my last case, they took 4 to 5 days to understand about the organ donation, and they said yes for the all organ. And definitely we have to stay with the family till the body is not handed over. We can give that support, at least they feel somebody is there to help them. So conversation tips, donation is an opportunity to help others. Definitely from one donor, we can help so many, more than 8 to 9 people. And it is only hope for the many patients, like Dr. Nilesh said. Okay, still it is a lacking. We are lacking awareness about the hand donation. We are every time we asking about the hand donation, but we got only one donation, in last patient. So you have to again and again, you have to do that. That can bring something positive in this way. So definitely someone is losing that near and dear one, but we have to see also that okay, we are giving a new life to the 8 people. So do not ask for the donation directly after news of the death. Don't give false promises, that I have already explained you what you have to talk. We do not have to force them to the donate. They have to understand completely what is the donation. It is a noble cause. So we cannot force them. We cannot show the pressure of time. Actually, whenever it is a actual donation is happening, we have a short of time because we have to manage the donor. Sometimes donors crashes, so we have a very less time. But that we do not have to show to the relatives. Okay, then they will feel some awkward. They will feel, they have some benefit. That's why they are pressuring us. So it should not like be that. So we have to give the time. So it is important to show the same support to the family, even if they say no, and respect their decision. Do not show any irritation. After counseling 2 days, 3 days, maybe relatives say no. They will not accept. They will in the denial mode, continue in the denial mode. But still we have to respect that decision. And we do not have to show any, we are like last 3 days, we are just explaining about what is the brain dead. We are counseling, still they are not accepting. So we do not have to show any irritation. We have to respect their decision. I will just say about the recipient family. I have not put it in the my slide because of the little less of time. But in the recipient, this was the donor counseling. What comes in the recipient? See, at midnight, 2 o'clock, if somebody is getting a call, okay, you are listed for this organ, and it is availability of that organ, and you have to come to the hospital for the transplant. You just understand the mentality. If suddenly night 2 o'clock somebody is getting a call, so they are mentally, sometimes it is a financially, maybe they are not ready. So we required our skill to counsel them. We have to explain them. Okay, see, you are listed so and so time. It takes this time to come your numbers, for the organ. Sometimes they deny. Recipient also deny. Okay, we don't want to come. They're afraid sometimes. They are not ready for the surgery. Maybe it's some situation in the family. So we have to counsel. We have to understand what's problem. If it is a financial issue, we have to understand. We have to help them. If we can help them, we have to help them about the financial. If they're afraid, we have to counsel them. We have to connect to the doctor to explain how the surgery will go. They do not have to afraid what will be happen. So it helps to the recipients also to come over, and they can go for the transplant. So counseling is one of the important part, as every time, we say okay, people will ask so many questions, even recipient also, donor also, and we do not have to irritate. We have to always cool and calm, smile. We have to give all information with the smile face, a small smile face. It's not like that in grief situation we are laughing. No, it is we have to show the empathy, and we have to explain everything what they want to know. If you don't know, you connect the correct person and try to help them. Something financially, something, what is the billing? I don't understand what is the billing, but I can connect with the billing department head, what will going to be happen, how it will be happen. So at least they can talk, they will be satisfied. If we are helping them, they will be satisfied, and they will also come forward to, help us. So is the same, if we help, so somebody will help, is like that. So this is the importance of the counseling. Any questions? Ma'am, I have finished my presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Any queries from students side? Anything? Because this is considered as one of the most important topic from nurses' point of view also, because they are much in contact with the patients, and at the same time, counseling is one of the topic which they start learning from their initial period after joining nursing. So they do learn in each year they know the importance of counseling. So madam, you have went much in detail because counseling, it was completely in terms of transplant, and based on your experience you have put up various questions that we have to look upon when we counsel the patients. Do's and don'ts, I think they are really very important. Every person should know, whoever is going to speak to donor as well as to recipient. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing such a wonderful PPT and for sharing your experience. I can see it throughout the slide. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll go ahead with our next session. Our next session is on bone marrow donation and transplantation, which will be dealt by Dr. Punit Jain, hematologist and bone marrow transplant specialist. Sir will be dealing with the sessions with the topics like indication, recipient and donor preparation for transplant, post-transplant care, complications, immunosuppression drug use, and rehabilitation. Before we begin with the session, let us have a brief introduction about sir. Dr. Punit Jain, Senior Consultant and Hematologist and Hemato-Oncologist and Bone Marrow Transplant Physician from Apollo Hospitals, Navi Mumbai, Zen Hospital, Chembur, and also a consultant from Hematcare Specialty Hematology Clinic from Powai. Sir completed MBBS from KJ Somaiya Medical College and postgraduate in MD Medicine from JJ Medical College, and completed his super specialty in hematology and DM from CMC Vellore. Sir also had achieved a fellowship in leukemia and advanced hematological malignancies from MD Anderson Cancer Center, USA. Sir has various publications and presentations too under his credit. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and coming for the session. Sir had sent us a pre-recorded video of his presentation. So I'll be sharing that PPTs with you. So you can listen to the slides what sir had is speaking in throughout the session. And at last, in case of any queries and any clarifications you need, sir will be there to rectify it.
Good morning, friends. Thank you all for inviting me. Good morning, friends. Thank you all for inviting me for this important talk on basics of hematopoietic stem cell transplant. Uh, I am a hematologist. I'm attached to Apollo Hospitals. I have a daycare center at Powai, and I'm an honorary consultant at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Railway Hospitals, Baikala. So in this talk, I will give you an overview of hematopoietic stem cell transplants, its principles, its indications, and even present a case of an indication for an allogenic transplant, a case of an aplastic anemia, and as to how the process unfolds. Now, what are the principles of bone marrow transplants? Eradication of the residual disease or an abnormal clone with a disease-specific conditioning chemotherapy regimen, and followed by repopulation of the hematopoietic system with new stem cells. It could be self or an appropriately matched donor in a dose that is sufficient enough to be able to sustain long-term hematopoiesis in the recipient. So we try and eradicate the residual disease and replace it with new stem cells, which could be self in an autologous transplant or somebody else's in an allogenic transplant. It could be your sibling, it could be your parent, it could be an unrelated person, but who matches the required HLA for your transplant. So there are two types of transplant: autologous transplant and an allogenic transplant. Autologous means self transplant. I mean, stem cells are taken out from your own body and then reinfused back to you. So this is how these are how the stem cells are actually attached to your bone marrow. And when we give growth factors, these injections, these cleavages, bonds are broken, and these stem cells leave the bone marrow to come out into the circulation. And then we collect them out through the apheresis procedures. This is how a stem cell actually looks. It's brownish. So what are the unique points of an autologous transplant? These are all conditioning chemotherapy, involves use of high-dose chemotherapy like melphalan, triosulfans, busulfan, BCNU, but needs backup with a stem cell rescue, considering the ability of these chemotherapy regimens to cause prolonged cytopenia and even completely ablate the bone marrow. This is less complex than an allogenic transplant, and they do not require any post-transplant immunosuppression, as the patient receives his or own stem cells, unlike in an allogenic transplant. It has a lower mortality in comparison to an allogenic transplant, but yes, for single gene disorders like thalassemias or sickle cell, these are not curative. Okay, they do not help in patients like in aplastic anemias or leukemias. You will offer an autologous transplant in conditions like a myeloma, like lymphomas in remission or high-risk lymphomas. Some of the solid tumors like neuroblastomas, Ewing sarcoma. Some newer indications also include neurological conditions like multiple sclerosis, and in fact, it is now coming up as an important uh, source of treatment for such diseases. So, as I said, what are the indications? Commonest, even in India and the worldwide, is multiple myeloma, but then some of the Hodgkin's, but those Hodgkins who relapse and then when given salvage chemotherapy and they're gone into remission, only those Hodgkin's lymphoma are the one, or refractory Hodgkin's is when we consider an autologous transplants. Yes, AML, but now in today's era, leukemias are mainly treated with an allogenic transplant, or there are a lot of targeted therapy, newer therapy like immunotherapy that is being offered. And these are the other diseases that I already spoke about: neuroblastomas, Ewing sarcomas. What about an allogenic transplant? That means the stem cells are received from the another donor, like a sibling or a parent or anyone else, not you yourself. Auto is self, allo is someone else. Now, before we consider a description of an allogenic transplant, you need to understand something what you call as HLA. These are histocompatibility antigens. So HLA HLA is something which is very unique to each individual. Some family members will share their HLA mostly, and these HLAs are highly polymorphic genes that actually make up a person's tissue type, and this is different from a blood type. So now this is HLA complex. This is the chromosome 6. So this is a long arm of the chromosome 6 and the short arm of the chromosome 6. So this is the HLA. So you have class 1 A, B, C loci, and you have class 2 DR, DQ, DP loci. So this would actually cause a 6 by 6 HLA match, or a 12 by 12 HLA match. So in today's era, if you have a HLA match which is 6 by 6, or something what we call as a 10 by 10 in absence of DP, or a 12 by 12, that is called a fully HLA matched donor or an individual. If two people have the HLA matched, then like this, as 12 by 12 or 10 by 10, they are called as fully matched HLA individuals. Now, you can be 5 by 10, means instead of A, B, C, DR, DQ, DP matching, you will probably match only 3. Only A matches with the other individual, B matches, and DQ matches. So that is 3 by 6. So, or 6 by 12 or 5 by 10. So you are a haplo donor. So from 5 to 8 is considered as a haplo donor. If you are 6 by 10 matched, or 7 by 10 matched, or 8 by 10 matched, you are called as a haplo donor. Single antigen mismatch, like only A is not matching, only B is not matching, only C is not matching, it's called as a single antigen mismatched individuals. So as I discussed, what is the source of the stem cells? Somebody else is allogenic, identical twin is syngenic, unrelated donors could be let me explain you what is a fully matched. Okay, I already discussed with you what is a fully matched. That is actually 6 by 6 or 10 by 10 or 12 by 12. Haplo is 3 by 6 or 5 by 10 or 6 by 12 at least, or even 8 by 10. What happens is, in a family, you have a 25% chance of finding a sibling who is going to be a stem cell matched sibling, and 50% chance of a haplo donor. So many times you may not get donors in your family, or a mismatched. So you need an individual who is probably going to be having some kind of a match with your HLA. So there are voluntary organizations. One is the NMDP, that is National Marrow Donor Program. Another is the DKMS, is a German-based donors. India has Dhatri and MDRI, Marrow Donor Registry of India. This is Tata. Dhatri is a Chennai-based organization. Now, unfortunately, there is complete lack of awareness of stem cell donation. You should know that people like you and me, as long as you're fit and you satisfy the criteria for a stem cell donation, we can donate our stem cells based on our HLA. Somebody will benefit through our HLA. So India, uh, our donor registry pool is very low considering the population that we are, 1.3 billion. We are hardly 5 lakhs or 6 lakhs donors in Datri, and probably 50,000 donors in MDRI, the Marrow Donor Registry of India in Tata. So the unrelated donor transplants numbers are low. Now, more focus is, of course, on haplo because of lack of these things, but India is coming up as a major hub for stem cell transplants. So this is what I explained to you with the heterozygous parents. Every child has 25% chance of a complete HLA match sibling, 25% chance of a complete mismatch sibling, and a 50% chance of a haplomatch sibling. Now, these stem cells can be collected from different sources. One is peripheral blood, that is by giving growth factors and then collecting through apheresis machines. One is from the bone marrow. So patients are taken up in the bone in the OT, or the operation theater, and stem cells are aspirated. It's a 2-3 hour procedure. Or the umbilical cord blood, placental blood directly drained into the bag from the placenta. This is the apheresis machine that I was talking about, and this is how the stem cells are collected. These are all you need a good transfusion medicine department and good engineers, of course, and the good senior staff and nursing care, nursing team to be able to have a good apheresis machine, because this is a very, very, very critical step of the transplant process. Now, I showed you how to how to take out stem cells, how stem cells are collected from in an autologous patient through the peripheral blood. But let me show you something about bone marrow harvest. This is a surgical procedure under anesthesia. Patients are taken up, again, all the fitness and HLA match and all those pre-transplant procedures are carried out. Then the patient is taken out into the operation theater. Several incisions are made in the back of the pelvic bones, and then stem cells are harvested like this, as you can see. You need two physicians to be able to do that, one on left side of the pelvis and one on the right side of the pelvis. And this takes a while. This is under general anesthesia, right? So it's a procedure that is done to aspirate that kind of stem cells that is needed. We have to calculate the dose that is needed before ensuring that the amount of the stem cell that you need for a transplant in an allogenic donor patient is at least 2.5 million stem cells. And those are tests that we do through flow cytometric machines. This is again stem cells that are seen. Similarly, unrelated cord blood transplants are also a transplant option for patients who lack HLA identical donors. Now, cord blood is a rich source of hematopoietic progenitor cells, more than human bone marrow. 60 to 80% of the patients will have a cord donor in the public registry, but this is all US-based data. Unfortunately, in an Indian setup like ours, we do not have governments, sponsored public cord blood banking, which is a robust program. But there are a lot of private cord blood bankings, which is coming up. But you need a government and a public cord blood bank to be able to regularly consider cord blood transplants. In today's era, because of the availability of a haplo donor, your chances of getting a donor and doing a transplant from a haplo donor sibling is more, and the number of cord blood transplants and unrelated donor transplants have reduced. So if you look at the comparison of the sources, quantity of the harvest, bone marrow is largest. Bone marrow and peripheral blood is larger than the cord blood. Engraftment means the ability of the, once you infuse the stem cells and the time when the neutrophil recovery happens and the platelet recovery happens, which is usually around 10 to 15 days, that is a very critical phase, because the sooner you engraft, the shorter is the duration of the neutropenia, and shorter is the incidence, lower is the incidence of an infection. So bone marrow and peripheral blood is faster. Cord blood takes a little longer. This is GVHR. GVHR means graft versus host disease. Basically, what happens, the donor stem cells becomes too strong for the body to handle. Now, in certain leukemias, malignancies, you need that effect for a long-term sustenance of remission in patients. But sometimes these things can go out of control and they can be very detrimental. They can cause a lot of complications like diarrhea. It can cause a lot of other complications like skin rash or abdominal pain and blood in the stools and severe jaundice. So chronically, it can impair the organs. So it all depends on the amount of the T cells that is present in the donor stem cells. So that kind of a GVH is lower in a cord blood than a peripheral blood. Again, peripheral blood has a higher amount. Actually, they have a higher amount of T cell population to be able to cause a larger graft versus host disease reaction in the recipient when you use a peripheral blood harvest. Now, collection, of course, bone marrow is a little more painful, tedious. Cord blood is simple. Peripheral blood is simple. Donor search time, cord blood, these are they are more easily available. But of course, in today's era, I would put peripheral blood. If you do not have a donor, then it can take long. HLA typing, of course, you can take a there is more HLA the HLA matching need not be fully matched for a cord blood transplant. Okay, so again, this is done. Now, explaining the process of an allogenic transplant this is much more complicated. So I'll try and explain you stepwise. Now, if you can see, the lower bar is actually the day of time that this patient is admitted in the transplant unit. Those are positive pressure ventilation rooms, HEPA filtered rooms that the patient is. So around day -7, the patient is admitted. 7 days of chemotherapy, that is the days before transplant. Day 0 is the day when you infuse the stem cells, and this is the weeks after transplant. So usually 3 weeks is the time when the patients are usually discharged if hemodynamically stable. So this is the time when the patient, after undergoing the pre-transplant workup, conditioning regimen like chemotherapy is given. When I say MA, RIC, NMA, these are all types of conditioning regimen. That is the chemotherapy that you're giving depending on the type of the disease that you are treating. Suppose it's a myeloid leukemia, so you want to use different types of regimen. So myeloablative, MA means myeloablative. So look at this graph. So this is an irreversible pancytopenia. This is the stem cell support that is needed. So if you look at here, myeloablative cause intense irreversible pancytopenia, means if you do not infuse the stem cells, patient will become aplastic and will never recover his blood count. So these are all chemotherapy that you use. You use busulfan-based regimens, you use cyclophosphamide, TBI, you use triosulfan-based regimens, high-dose melphalan. There are certain dosing strengths beyond which we call chemotherapy as myeloablative regimens. Similarly, then there is reduced intensity where the duration of the neutropenia is shorter, but yes, it still requires stem cells to be infused. But an NMA, that is non-myeloablative, the duration of pancytopenia is short, and the bone marrow will recover even if stem cells are not infused, but it will take a long period of time. You are still very vulnerable to infection. So this is the time when chemotherapy is given, and this is called as conditioning regimens. Then stem cells are collected from the donor, either which have been cryopreserved before or parallelly happening when you know that the donor is around and it's a relative donor. And sometimes we do these processes of 5 days of conditioning with the growth factors in the donor, and the 5th day we take out the stem cells through an apheresis machine. Then we calculate the dose and we infuse those stem cells in the donor. That is day 0. And then there is a period of post-transplant immunosuppression. Remember, we spoke about graft versus host disease. The amount of the T cells in the donor stem cells can cause a lot of alloreaction, right? So you need to ensure that the immunosuppression is to an extent that is helpful for the patient. So we use this concept of post-transplant immunosuppression to reduce the incidence of graft versus host disease. So that is usually used with methotrexate, cyclosporin, which is one of the commonest regimens, or methotrexate, tacrolimus. And nowadays there is this cyclophosphamide. So there's a huge role for the nursing in terms of administering these drugs, knowing every aspect of the principles of the transplant, the mixing of the chemotherapy, the line and the catheter care, intake output, fluid management, and the emotional aspect for the patient, the food that is given. So this is a difficult period. First 3 weeks you are severely neutropenic, you're having fever, your likelihood to develop infections. So there is 5 to 10% chances of mortality depending upon the disease and the history of the patient. So in terms of the infection that he has received, whether he's had prior multi-drug resistant bacterial infections or fungal infections. So the chemotherapy along with the antibacterial and the antifungal prophylaxis that is given, it needs to be very strictly monitored. So after 2 weeks, in general, the WBC count starts to increase and the platelet starts to increase. So now how do we know that once the WBC has increased, it is the patients or the donors. So look at this. This is any guesses? This is again a hybrid creature with the tail of the head of a lion and the tail like a snake, and to the trunk there is this goat or this horned animal coming out. So basically, this is what we check. This is a chimerism. So this is a chimera. Chimerism means trying to see what is the proportion of the donor stem cells or the donor DNA and the donor DNA and the recipient DNA. So when at the day 28 is when we check post transplant. That is end of 4 weeks. We check whether that donor DNA and recipient DNA is it in the right proportions. As long as it is about 96%, we know it's a complete chimerism. 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Perfect is 100, but 96 and above is what is a complete chimerism. And anything less, it could be a mixed chimerism, it could be failed transplant, or if it is very less, then we know that the process of the transplant was probably not successful, but he's lucky to have recovered his counts. So then the process of immune reconstitution starts, means your NK cells, natural killer cells will start coming up, then your T cells will start coming up, then over a period of time your B cells will start coming up. So this is for almost 3 to 6 months, you're very vulnerable to infections, which can really be very detrimental. Once all that chemotherapy and the immunosuppression is over, and there are no complications like GVHD, and the immunosuppression is tapered off. Classically, in a benign disease, we continue immunosuppression for 6 to 9 months. In a non benign or a malignant setting, we want to reduce the immunosuppression faster, maybe around 3 months, so that there is some GVL effect. Because if we taper off the immunosuppression, the donor stem cells start producing some kind of a graft versus host disease, which is good for long-term disease control. And then after 3 months of stopping all the drugs, we consider the patients for vaccinations. Okay, so now depending on the type of the transplant, as I showed you, this is myeloablative. You see the degree of cytopenia is intense. Okay, red is non-myeloablative. There is a faster recovery. Right, so this is just a typical diagram. Now, this is an example of chimerism. We look at short tandem repeats, STRs. So let me show you this. If pre-transplant checked in the blood, this is the recipient. This is the donor. Now, post-transplant, when we check the chimerism, see, only donor stem cells are seen. But after a few days, you see a small clone of a recipient. Okay, that's a sign that the recipient clone has come up again. So if depending on the type of the disease that you're dealing with, you sometimes are okay with a mixed chimerism. This would be called a mixed chimerism, like some sickle cell anemia or some of the thalassemias. Some amount of mixed chimerism it's acceptable if patient is stable, there is no the donor chimerism is still the dominant, there is no need for recurrent transfusions, then it's okay. But if it comes to a point where it starts affecting your blood counts, your donor, your original recipient chimerism becomes recipient DNA becomes the stronger force, then it is what we call as a graft failure. So of course, post-transplant care requires a lot of monitoring. There is always a risk of infection, bacterial, fungal. So there is a lot of care that we need to take in terms of how the catheters are cleaned, how how the blood is aspirated. There is always a risk of hemolysis, nutritional requirements, because there is a lot of mucositis which could be secondary to the drug. So managing the nutritional requirements is again a huge task. Of course, regular monitoring of the disease, basically navigating a stable chimerism to the stormy part of GVHD infection and immunosuppression is a combined and a team effort, and managing the graft versus. So something about GVH. As you can see, there is this constant tussle between the host and the recipient, and we do not want the graft to be over dominant. It has to be in a tight leash. So this is how a graft versus host disease can present. As you can see, severe jaundice, your gut can get severely damaged. You can get skin rashes. This is all classical acute GVH. Similarly, chronic GVH, which occurs over a period of time, it can restrict individual organs. Lungs may be damaged. It can cause severe fatigue, restrictive lung disease, liver damage can happen, and something what you call as a vanishing duct syndrome or sclerosing cholangitis. Skin can become severely sclerotic, thick, difficult to, and recurrent breakdowns and infection, bony osteoporosis, infections can happen. There could be intellectual or concentration issues. Fertility can be damaged. Endocrine organs can be damaged. So it's important to ensure that even if there is GVHD, chronic GVHD, which actually in one way is good for disease control, but it should not overwhelm the recipient immune system. So I still have some time. I'll showcase a case. Now, we had got a call from emergency about a family bringing a 15-year-old son with pancytopenia, and the family saying that there is increasing weakness, there is intermittent fever, and there is generalized body rash since 3 days. There is high-grade fever, severe pallor, pedicle spots, no specific physical deformities, no organomegaly, and the rest of the examination was normal. And this is the rash that you were getting. And this is the WBC. You can see this is low. Platelet is low. WBC is 1000. This is really low, right? So any fever in such a count is an emergency. And if you can see, I missed that slide, but neutrophil was 9% and lymphocytes were 91%, which is completely reversed. Family was counseled. Patient underwent a bone marrow biopsy. Of course, we had ruled out all the common viral infections, and a good peripheral examination is needed. Bone marrow was done, and when the bone marrow was done, of course there can be lot of causes. It could be a production issue, it could be a peripheral destruction issue. So a bone marrow biopsy was done, and we diagnosed this as an aplastic anemia. So this is a normal looking bone marrow, a healthy normal looking bone marrow. There's a trabecular bone, there are granulocytes, these large cells that you see, these are megakaryocytes, and these are all erythroid colonies. This is how a megakaryocyte looks. There's a neutrophil, erythroid colonies, and these are lymphocytes. This is what an aplastic marrow is. Nothing, empty, a lot of fat globules. So this is an aplastic marrow. So there is a certain Kamitas criteria that we call for an aplastic, non-severe, severe, depending on the degree of ANC, the neutrophil count. If it is less than 200, it's very severe. Less than 500, it is severe. And if it is less than 1500, but more than 500, it is non-severe. Low hemoglobin, low platelet, and bone marrow cellularity, if less than 25%, is again points towards aplastic anemia. So this patient had a severe aplastic anemia. Bone marrow cellularity was less than 25%. Remember, 9% neutrophils, so ANC was less than 500. Platelets were 20,000. Retic count was low. So this was a severe aplastic anemia. Then we did what we call as the chromosomal breakage studies, and we did not find any chromosomal breakage. That's a sign to rule out Fanconi's anemia. Now we do a combination of stress test, chromosomal breakage syndrome, chromosomal breakage test, and trying to look for the Fanc gene on sequencing. So as you can see, when the chromosomes are exposed to diapoxybutane, they break down and they form triradiates. So if that number of triradiates with the mitomycin CT, and if they cross more than 40, we confirm that patient's diagnosis as a Fanconi. So young patients, we need to do that. This is just another causes of aplastic, something what you call as PNH, paroxysmal nocturnal hemoglobinuria, which is a complement-based abnormality which damages, destroys the bone marrow system. These are again genetic causes of telomeropathies. So we do all these three tests: stress cytogenetics, PNH, and conventional karyotype. This was diagnosed with an aplastic. So what actually went wrong? As part of workup, we did a liver test and antibody screening and all those B12 and everything, and they were all normal. So we offered him an allogeneic transplant if he has a donor. Second option was ATG, and again there are other options like cyclosporin, eltrombopag, and danazol. So this is clearly paper from Vellore. one of my professors, Dr. Biju, and he had published a study. He is an expert on aplastics, and we have learned a lot from him. And if you see, though, this is the graph receiving allogenic transplants, and this is the graph receiving ATG. So allogenic transplant is a definitive cure for an transplant as a transplant indication. So as you can see, this is day -7. Patient was admitted. We gave chemotherapy, fludarabine cyclophosphamide as part of conditioning therapy. This is like a non-myeloablative conditioning. Stem cells are infused. Why did we use this conditioning in this disease? Because the immunity is already very low. We infuse the stem cell from the donor in the peri-transplant period. What blood we infuse is very important. Usually, if there is donor recipient cross match incompatible, I mean, the blood group is incompatible, we tend to use O blood group and plasma AB. Then immunosuppression was with cyclosporin, methotrexate, and see this. After the end of 10 days, the neutrophils came up, which was a fantastic thing that had happened. That there was some plasma exchange that had happened because of donor mismatch. As you can see, the platelet also recovered, the white blood cell also recovered, and the hemoglobin also recovered. So now, 24 months, almost 2 years post-transplant, the donor engraftment is complete. There's complete chimerism. Hemoglobin has come up to 14, which was 5. White blood cell count has come up to 64%. And look at this, neutrophils 79%. And the platelets, fantastic, 254,000. A new life, and in fact, a new blood group. From being A positive, the patient acquired the donor's blood group and was now B positive. So what are the other common indications for transplant? Sickle cell anemias, okay, genetic disorders. Look at this. This is classic sickle dactylitis, sickle cell anemias, recurrent vaso-occlusive crisis, recurrent chest syndromes, painful crisis, recurrent transfusions. Those are the indications for sickle. Not every sickle needs to be transplanted, but these needs to be picked up early. Okay, these are several complications that the sickle anemia can do. Of course, I think this is again vertebral fracture, myelomas. This is thalassemia, one of the commonest indication for a transplant in our country is allogenic transplant is thalassemias. These are all single gene disorders. Okay, so autologous transplant is myeloma, and some other solid tumors like neuroblastoma, lymphomas, Ewing sarcoma, allogenic transplant, leukemias, thalassemias, aplasias, immunodeficiency syndrome, sickle cell, and so on. And these is actually the annual number of the transplant in the US. So per year, they cross around 10,000, 15,000 transplants per year, including both autologous and allogenic transplants. Every year, these are the number of transplants that's happening in the entire United States. And so is the European data. And if you look at an Indian setup, this was this is actually an old slide, but probably we have crossed not more than 15 to 20,000 transplants, maybe 20,000 transplants till date. So we are very far behind the West, but we are picking up. If you see the commonest indications for an auto is a myeloma and a Hodgkin's lymphoma and some of the lymphomas, and allo again, myeloid leukemias, thalassemias, and aplastic anemias, most common indication for an allogenic transplant. So what is the structure for a BMT program? If you want to set up a BMT program, you need a HEPA filter, positive pressure isolation units for optimum patient isolations. You need team of 2 to 3 certified and trained physicians. You need a good nursing ratio, ideally 1:1 or at least 1:2, considering our resource limitations. And those nurses need special training in transplant and leukemia care. These are designated BMT coordinator and physician who should be in charge of the program. There should be a good transfusion medicine specialist with a very robust and an equipped blood bank with facilities for irradiation, leukodepletion of the blood products. You should have a cryopreservation unit with -80-degree deep freezer for long-term storage. In-house trained ID specialist, adult and pediatric. You need a good ICU, pediatric and adult ICU facility for isolation. You need at least 2 apheresis machine with 2 trained backup BMT apheresis technicians. You need good dietitians, you need good physiotherapists, and more than anything else, organization that has the will and the vision to develop and support such a program, because this requires a lot of investment, and without an organizational support, you really cannot do this. So allogeneic transplant is a complicated procedure, but it is the gold standard for many diseases and should be considered whenever an indication arises. What it needs is an expert team and an equipped. So if ever you would like to contact me, you feel free to email me. My email is punitjn, punitjn@gmail.com. punitjn@gmail.com. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Question. Sir, 2 seconds.
When we have to contact? You need to decide when you're ready for whatever, you know. Oh, that is fine. I'll give you discuss among yourself. I'm entering a meeting. You come back and tell me what you think, or you can always email me. Meanwhile, I'll share. But regarding our antibodies, I'll let you on email we'll discuss. What is what's the purpose of that? Antibodies. That check whether you are a suitable donor or not. Oh, okay.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir.
We'll do data right now and we'll see. We'll take the reports and I'll email you.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, now you're audible.
Okay. Okay. Sir, we have seen the recorded videos what you have shared. It was in detail about the bone marrow transplantation, as well as we are able to understand, like, in case the requirements to set up a BMT program, as well as being a coordinator, what are the roles, as well as being nurses, what are all important steps. So very much thankful to you, sir, for in-depth description about the topic that was being assigned to you. Any queries from students' side? Any clarifications that you would like to have from sir? There are no questions being put up in the chat box. Anything? Sir, would you like to say something to our participants?
No, I think I have said enough in the recorded version. I mean, you can always reach out to me on an email or any way you want. You know,
Sir, in case of any kind of queries, I think
you can email me.
Yeah,
that's the best way.
Okay,
I'll put my email address in the chat box.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation. Thank you, sir.
Okay, bye-bye.
So now we'll be having a short break before we go into the other sessions. The next session will be starting by 1:15. So everybody can have a lunch break for half an hour and then can come back soon for the session. And it will start by 1:15. afternoon, sir.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes.
I cannot hear you, ma'am. Can you speak a little louder?
Sir, am I audible now?
Yeah, now it's better. Now it's better.
Oh, okay, sir. Can we start?
Yes, absolutely. I was waiting for somebody to say something. That's why.
I'm so sorry.
No problem.
Okay, sir.
Okay, I'll just share my screen, ma'am.
Sir, just a minute. I'll just introduce you.
Sure.
Good afternoon, students. We will continue with our session of value-added courses, the second day session on value-added courses for transplant nursing care. The session that we are going to have it in the afternoon, it will begin with multi-organ retrieval and transplant, which will be dealt by Dr. Prashant Rao, sir. Sir will be dealing with the topics of process of organ retrieval and preservation process and timing. So before we go into the session, let us have a brief introduction about sir. Dr. Prashant Rao completed MBBS and MS from Maulana Azad Medical College, New Delhi. Sir completed surgical gastroenterology training from Sir Gangaram Hospital, New Delhi, and liver transplant fellowship from the same institute. Sir had worked previously as a consultant liver transplant surgeon at Apollo Hospital, Hyderabad, and Chennai for 4 years, and currently a senior consultant and lead living donor liver transplant and HPB surgery at Global Hospital, Mumbai since past 4.5 years. We are happy to have you, sir, here, and over to you for the session.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for that kind introduction. Sorry, I was 3-4 minutes late. I was in OT, so just managed to get out. Right. Just a minute, please. Ma'am, can you see my slide?
Yes, sir. Yes, we can see the screen. PPT is not yet open.
And is the slides moving?
Sir, PPT is not yet open. We can just see your load.
Okay, just a minute, ma'am. Can you see the PPT now?
Yes, sir. Yes. Now it's visible.
Okay. Can you see multi-organ retrieval and transplant?
Yeah.
And is the slide moving?
Yes.
Can you see the next slide?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for this opportunity to talk on such an important topic of deceased donor transplantation. I have seen the schedule. It covers the entire range and entire gamut of organ transplantation, be it heart, liver, kidney, bone marrow, and you have been a very exhausting 2 days where you have understood most of the things. Now coming to the penultimate part where all the operations can be done, the transplant can be performed, but how to get those organs to do the transplant operation. So we're coming to multi-organ retrieval. Multi-organ retrieval means, as the name suggests, that we retrieve multiple organs. So multiple organs can be abdominal organs, they can be thoracic organs. So I will restrict myself to only the abdominal organs, that to the liver and the kidney, because that is what we most commonly do. So what are the steps in the multi-organ retrieval? So I think, according to me, the steps in the multi-organ retrieval, it not just starts with the donor operation. I think it starts directly from the ICU, where we start with donor maintenance, optimization of the donor, and then, of course, the second part is actually performing the surgery, wherein the organs are retrieved. In the donor optimization, because if we know that if the donor is not well maintained, the blood supply to all the organs of the body gets compromised. And then what happens is that you get poor quality organs and your recipient outcomes are compromised, right? So hence, I think the retrieval of the organs actually begins in the ICU, where you optimize the donor, and then you get to the OT, where the organs are removed. So in donor maintenance, it's very important, because as we know that in ICU, patients they're either of road traffic accident, they're very sick, or they are patients who have significant intracranial complications because of a stroke, which is either hemorrhagic or maybe ischemic. And these patients are very sick. They are always almost on the ventilator. And whenever there is a significant injury to the brain and they become brain dead, this is followed by a significant autonomic storm, where there is a lot of hypertension because the body tries to maintain the blood supply to the liver. So there is hypertension, bradycardia, and these patients require a lot of intensive care to take care of them. However, once the patient becomes brain dead, because we have such a huge patient load in the ICU and we always have a shortage of trained ICU manpower, once the person becomes brain dead, this is what happens. That the attention shifts to other patients which are more critical and which are so-called salvageable. So that is why patient who becomes brain dead, the manpower allocation decreases, the care unfortunately decreases. But on the contrary, these are the patients who are the most sickest, because now the brain which is controlling all the functions is also gone, and they actually require more strict or more laborious intensive care to help them, because we know that although we have lost this patient can save several other lives. So more intensive care is required in these patients. Whenever somebody becomes brain dead, the goal shifts from the maintenance of the patient to the maintenance of the organs. So we have to, rather than maintain patient perfusion, patient pressures, we have to maintain organ perfusion and organ pressures, so as the quality of organs is good. Brief thing, whenever there is brain swelling, there is a lot of brain edema. The pituitary which is there in the brain, it suffers ischemic injury, and because of that, there are several problems that arise. There is a significant endocrine dysfunction. The posterior pituitary secretes certain hormones such as the ADH, and because of that, there is the diabetes insipidus. These patients make 1.5 to 2 liters of urine every hour, and they become dehydrated and hypotensive. So loss of ADH, loss of thyroid stimulating hormone, there's a decrease in the thyroid function. That is why they become hypotensive. The catecholamines or the inotropes that you are giving to maintain their blood pressures don't work, because the catecholamine receptors become desensitized because of loss of thyroid hormones. Similarly, because of loss of the hypothalamus stimulation to the pituitary and to the adrenal gland, the steroid secretion goes down, and because of that, also there is significant hypotension. So donor maintenance essentially means we have to give optimal IV fluids, which we choose based on the electrolyte levels. We do not want too much hypernatremia. We want normal electrolytes. So we either choose plasma light, normal saline, half normal saline, 5% dextrose, depending on the electrolytes. We require a lot of inotropes because these patients become vasoplegic, they become hypotensive. So they will be running on a lot of noradrenaline, vasopressin, adrenaline, dopamine, depending on what kind of scenario we have. Hormone replacement, like I just told you, there is a deficiency of vasopressin leading to diabetes insipidus. So we give them vasopressin infusion. We give steroid in bolus, and we give thyroxine through the Riles tube, so that all these 3 hormones are replaced. And then we realize that our inotropes are responding and the inotrope requirements are coming down. These patients invariably they become hyperglycemic, so require insulin infusion to control the sugars, optimize their electrolytes, because to prove their brain death, as the speakers before must have told you how to diagnose brain death, you have to make sure the electrolytes are normal. So we require correction of sodium, potassium, temperature, and appropriate antibiotic prophylaxis. So once the donor is optimized, and then we come to the point, the declarations are done, all the legal formalities are completed, the organs are allocated by the government as per their government allocation rules of the ZTCC of Maharashtra and Mumbai. So then the role of the transplant surgeons come into picture, wherein they come and retrieve the organ. So now let's move to that. So we are now finished the donor optimization. We are coming to organ retrieval. So in organ retrieval, I would say these are my check boxes that we need to do every time I go to retrieve an organ. So first is cross-check, coordinate, position, do the surgery, pack the organs and transport. So cross-check, what all do we do once we reach the retrieval center? We check the history and the cause of the death. Is there any road traffic accident? Are you suspecting any abdominal injuries? So that is very important. Is it an MLC or a non-MLC, and whether the clearances and MLC clearances, police clearances are done or no? Is there any history of previous surgery? Because that would influence how difficult the operation is, whether you can allow some resident or a junior person to do it, or how difficult it would be during the recipient also, whether it has been done for any previous malignancy. So what is the kind of malignancy? So all those things we need to know. How much inotropes are going on? What is the IV fluid going on? So that if there is any further worsening during the surgery, you can rapidly retrieve the organ so that organ damage because of ischemia does not occur. What are the ventilator settings? We need to know, so that if there is any worsening of the ventilator settings, then we know that we need to change it. We need to retrieve faster so that the organ damage or organ ischemia or hypoxia does not occur. And most importantly, we always check the Form 8 and Form 10. I'm sure the speakers have either spoken about it or will be speaking about it. Form 8 is the form in which, basically Form 8 and 10 are the forms in which, one, the relatives will give consent. Form 8 is a consent which is signed by the relatives. And Form 10 is the format in which the 4 doctors who are declaring brain death sign. So always Form 8 and Form 10 have to be completed. All the organs that have been retrieved have to be mentioned there. And this is the due diligence that the retrieval surgeon has to do. So it is the onus of the retrieval surgeon to make sure all these things are in place. Then we also cross-check. One, we always cross-check the blood group. We insist on seeing the printed report of the blood group, the printed report of the viral markers, B, C, and HIV. We will just recheck the CBC, liver functions, sodium. If there is too much hypernatremia, we need to correct it, because if there is too much hypernatremia at the time of retrieval, there is a high chance of primary non-function of the liver, poor significant graft dysfunction of the kidneys, and bad recipient outcomes. We always recheck the apnea ABGs, both the first and the second apnea, both the pre and the post apnea ABGs have always to be rechecked by the retrieval surgeon. And we make sure that you have arterial line and septal line in place, because that is required for optimal management of the patient during the operation. Next is coordinate. So coordinate, basically you have to coordinate with the coordinator of the retrieval hospital and your hospital to find out which organs are allocated, which organs are to be retrieved, who has been allocated the organs, are the other teams which are retrieving the organs, have they arrived at the center? You can't just go and shift to the OT, start the operation. No, you need the heart team has to be there if they're coming, lung team has to be there, because otherwise loss of an organ is equal to loss of patient life. So we have to make sure all the teams are arrived and ready. We discuss with other teams what is the time of cross-clamp planned, so that we can plan our recipient surgery in our hospital. At the same time, our coordinator will coordinate with the police and the other officials who will be allowing us, helping us to travel from the retrieval center to the transplant center, if it is a different center on the road, so that there's a green corridor. So you have to tell them the time. So all these coordination is required. If we are flying out from another city, then we have to coordinate with the airport authorities, whether the airport is open, the runway is cleared, the flight is allowed to land. All those things have to be done before we start the operation and do the cross clamp. And at the same time, we discuss with other teams what is the plan of the surgery, what is the sequence of steps that we are going to follow. Because everybody might be doing it a little differently. The best is to discuss before starting the operation, how do you plan it. Majority of times, it is the abdominal surgeon or the liver surgeon who starts the surgery. He will open the abdomen, assess the liver, assess all the organs in the abdomen. I will show you a video of that later. And then mobilize the liver, loop the main blood vessels, so that if there is an emergency, the organ perfusion can be started. Then the heart surgeon takes over. He opens the chest, assesses the heart. Then the lung surgeon takes over, assesses the lungs. Then again the liver team comes back, completes their dissection. The heart team comes back and lung team comes back, completes their dissection. And then all the teams operate simultaneously in the end when the retrieval is happening. Now, after doing all this due diligence, we come to the actual operation. So operation is the last part. Like I said, all the due diligence has been done, and now we start the actual process of organ retrieval. So position and draping, we position the patient supine. We put a chest bolster behind the sternum so that the heart is lifted up. It is easier to open the chest. The hands of the patient can be positioned either way as comfortable, and we drape the patient from the chin to the pubic symphysis. So you can see here, the patient has been draped from the chin to the pubic symphysis, because the entire operation has to be performed here, both chest as well as the abdomen. What are the goals of organ retrieval? The goals of organ retrieval is, number one, to isolate the blood supply, both the inflow as well as the outflow, be it of the liver, be it of the kidney, be it of the pancreas, the intestine, or the heart. Every inflow and outflow, the vascular supply is isolated. Number two is, we have to drain the blood out of the organs and replace it with a preservative solution. Number three is, the organs have to be cooled down, because if they are at normal temperature, there is a ischemia, there is a normal cellular metabolism in the absence of blood supply, there is ischemia and hypoxia leading to organ damage. Right? Number four is, we have to harvest organs with intact vascular structures. That means all the blood vessels have to be preserved, because you don't just have to remove the organ, we have to put it back in the recipient and join the blood vessels again. So we have to retrieve the organ with intact vascular structures. Then lastly, we have to prepare the organ for implantation on the bench. So that is the part that we're not going to cover here. We're only going to cover till hard retrieval of organs. The draping, as I told you. So these are the operation starts. Basically, it's a midline sternotomy. The sternum is it's a midline incision. So the chin to the sternum, the sternum is opened, right? And then from here, the abdomen is opened. So the midline sternotomy and a midline laparotomy. So you can see the incision from the it starts from the neck and goes all the way till the pubic symphysis. So chest spreader is put so that the chest is opened up, and the abdomen may also a Balfour retractor is placed so that the abdomen is also opened. So this is how it's done. You can see there's a midline sternotomy and there is a midline laparotomy. Right? Sarika ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, sure. Thank you. Okay, so the midline sternotomy has been done and a midline laparotomy has been done. The organs, you can see the operation being started. You can see the viscera or the organs in the abdomen, the liver, that's the stomach, the omentum, the small intestine. So these are there in the abdomen. Next part, like I said, the first step is isolation of the vascular structure, the blood inflow and the outflow of the organs. So what is the inflow? The inflow of the blood supply, as we know, is from the aorta. And then the main arteries in the abdomen is the celiac axis, the superior mesenteric, and the renal artery. Basically, the first two are the arteries that supply either the liver or the spleen and the small intestine. And the last renal arteries, as the name suggests, it supplies the renal or the kidneys, both the right and the left. The outflow is the inferior vena cava. That is a big blood vessel which is getting the blood from the lower half of the body back to the heart. So when we open the abdomen, the blood vessels that we discussed, the IVC and the aorta, they are the most posterior structures in the abdomen. They are located absolutely in the abdomen, right behind, just in front of the spinal, the vertebra. So basically all the other organs which are there in front, you have to move them out of the way. You have to turn it to one side. This is known as the Kettle and Barash maneuver. Basically, you can see all these organs are here and they are moved to one side so that you can see the main structures. And that is where we need to do our work. Like see, this is the liver, this is the first part of the intestine, that's the duodenum, this is the small intestine, this is the kidney that you can see the right side, and all these structures from here are moved to the left side. This is known as the Kettle and Barash maneuver, and now we are going to see the IVC. This is the IVC that you can see over here. So like you said, this is the kidney, there's left kidney, that is the IVC there, there's the aorta there, and we have looped the abdominal aorta. Basically, it's a umbilical tape or a thread that you pass around the aorta so that you are ready to tie it and put a tube inside it so that the organ perfusion solution can be passed into the blood vessels. So here you can see the dissection has proceeded. All the organs are by intestine is taken out to one side. And this is the aorta that has been looped. That is the aorta there. You can see the thread on the aorta. This is the right common iliac. This is the left common iliac. The IVC will be somewhere here. And these are the other structures, the inferior mesenteric vein that mostly we don't do. Next step in the liver retrieval. First, so in the abdomen, the organ, the sequence proceeds is first is the liver. Then if we are retrieving pancreas, and then pancreas, if you're retrieving intestine, last is the kidneys. Okay. So the liver retrieval starts with one, like I said, first step is looping of the aorta. Next step, you dissect the hilum of the liver. Hilum of the liver, basically this structure, this area is where all the blood vessels are going inside and out of the liver and the bile duct is coming out of the liver. So we have to start dissecting here so that we isolate the, like I said, vascular control. We isolate the blood vessels of the going inside the liver. The first step is we have to divide the bile duct. This is the bile duct, which is getting the bile from the liver into the intestine. So we divide this. So that because this has to be joined again back in the recipient. So bile duct is looped, and then at the same time, next step is we open the gallbladder and drain out the bile. So the bile which is present in the bile duct and the gallbladder, when you are preserving the liver in ice and it is very cold and the organs are not getting their blood supply. So in the cold, the gallbladder, that bile which is present in the bile duct and gallbladder, it becomes toxic to the biliary epithelium. That is the reason that with the time of retrieval, we vent out the gallbladder, we take out the bile from the gallbladder and flush it nicely with saline so that no bile present in the gallbladder and common bile duct. So the bile duct has been divided. Then we isolate the blood vessels of the liver. These are looped that I shown. And the next step, once we hand it over to the heart surgeons. Then the heart surgeons take over, like I'm sure the heart surgeons have already briefed you. They start the donor's operation. They open the chest. They assess the quality of the heart. and they do their dissection. And when they are all ready, then like I said, the last step when all the surgeons operate at the same time. So in that, like I said, all the blood vessels are isolated. That is the first step. Next step is the draining out of the blood and replacing the blood with the organ preservative solution. Now, as we know, the artery takes the blood into the organ. So what we do is we put a tube in the aorta here, like this is the abdominal aorta. We put a tube here, and from here we are going to run the organ perfusion solution. And as we know, the aorta will give the branches which are providing blood to all the organs. So the perfusion fluid will flow along it and enter into all the organs. So how do we do that? We will ligate the aorta below. This is, you can see it is tied here. Then the operating surgeon holds the aorta, puts a small hole in it, and puts this tube right into the aorta and then ties it tightly. So this is connected to the organ perfusion solution, which will be coming over here. So this is how to perfuse the organs. Second time is I told you to drain out the blood. So drain out the blood, there can be two ways of doing it. In this, like I said, that you can put a cannula into the inferior vena cava, which is present right next to the aorta, and suck the blood out from here. Or else other way is in the pericardium, the inferior vena cava, as it is going inside the heart, we cut it here and all the blood comes out. We will see that in the video later. And that's how you drain the blood out. And from here you put the fluid in so that the blood comes out and the organ perfusion solution is replaced with the blood. And the organ perfusion solution, because it is cold and we put ice also around the liver, the organs are cooled, like we said. That is the next step in organ retrieval. So once the cannula has been put, everything is ready, and we have heparinized the patient, and cardiac surgeon team is ready with their cardioplegia and everything. Then we cross clamp. Cross clamp basically means that we are running the solution from here. If we don't do anything else, all the branches from here in the chest, in the lungs, all the solution will go there and the solution will be wasted. So what we do is just above the diaphragm, either in the lungs or just over here, we will put a clamp on the aorta so that whatever solution goes inside here only goes into the kidneys or into the intestine or into the liver from here. So this is known as cross clamps. You can see that the artery clamp which is placed in the descending thoracic aorta or the supraceliac aorta so that the system is isolated. And like I said, we cut the IVC here so that the blood is vented. And then once the perfusion is done, then the first retrieval, the heart retrieval. The heart team takes over. They will do the retrieval of the heart. Then the lung team takes over. They retrieve the lung. And then we come into the picture that the liver is mobilized and the liver is retrieved. I will tell you more about that in the video. After the liver comes out, the kidneys are taken out. Both the kidneys are separate. The kidneys are taken out en bloc. En bloc meaning both the kidneys come out together. And on the bench, we will separate the two kidneys. You can see the aorta, the left renal vein is cut over here. Then the aorta is split and the two kidneys become separate. Preservative solution, just a little bit about the preservation solution and the preservation times. Preservation, there are various kinds of preservative solutions available. First is the what we use most commonly, which is known as the UW solution or University of Wisconsin solution. Next is what is known as the HTK or histidine tryptophan ketoglutarate solution, and in the living donor kidneys, so they use cold ringer also, but we don't use it for any other organ because the organ preservation is very poor in that. So what is the principles of preservative solution? Number one, it has to match the intracellular matrix because the cells and the organs are stored in this solution. We need to match in the constituents which are present inside the cells, not the extracellular matrix. Because if it is the same as the intracellular cells, then the cells don't get overhydrated or dehydrated. They remain the same. Whereas if you match the extracellular matrix, the cells will get swollen up because of the electrolyte imbalance, and that can lead to organ damage. That is why they match the intracellular matrix and not the extracellular matrix. Next is the solution has to be little hyperosmotic. That means the concentration is little bit more than the intracellular matrix, because that the cells become little dehydrated. Because if they become overhydrated, they become swollen and there can be rupture of cells and organ dysfunction. There will be some colloids to maintain the oncotic pressure. There will be adenosine so that all the cells can get their energy requirements, the ATP, because there is no blood. So basically the solution only provides the energy when the organs have been produced, stored. So these are the various constituents. It's in the UW solution. And the last thing is packing of the organs. As we know, the preservative solution protects the organ. One, it provides the cells, protects the cells from osmotic rupture. Two, it provides the cells with the energy requirement and substrate requirement. And three, the freezing point of these fluids is a little lower than that of water. So when you keep the solutions in ice, this solution does not freeze. It still remains liquid. That is essential, because if there is freezing and the ice comes into contact with the organs directly, then the cells will also freeze. And if the cells freeze, the proteins will get denatured and there will be irreversible damage to the organ. Hence, they are kept in ice, but the organs are not immersed in ice. They are in the organ preservative solution inside the bag, and the ice is outside the bag. So you can see it here. There is an organ bag. You can see the organ solution inside, and the liver is there inside it. And this is the bowl. There is ice here. So the solution is inside the bag, and the bag is liver is inside the solution. Cooling of the organs can be of two types. One is the standard hypothermic or static hypothermic or preservation. In that, basically, like what we just did, we retrieve the organs and you pack it in the solution and in the ice and you preserve it. That is static preservation. Then is what is known as machine perfusion. In this, basically, we simulate blood supply through the organ using a machine. The machine perfusion, this is known as machine perfusion. That is the state of the art. We had it some time back, but it's no longer available in India yet. Hopefully, we are hoping to get it again soon. So machine perfusion, we simulate the normal blood supply to the organs. When it is done through cold preservative solution, that is known as hypothermic perfusion. And the newer modality is where it is done with blood. So that is known as normothermic perfusion. So your organ is maintained at room temperature, not at cold, because it is flushed continuously with blood. So it is as if the blood is flowing through the organ. So this is the HOPE machine or the hypothermic perfusion machine, where you can see the liver is here. The blood vessels are connected to the tubings, and continuously the cold organ preservative solution is flushed through the liver. And this is the organox or the normothermic machine perfusion. You can see there is a bag of blood here, and all the tubings are there, there is oxygenator which is oxygenating the blood, and there is a TPN which is providing nutrition. And this is how the tubings are going inside and entering into the liver. And whatever blood comes out is connected to the tubing. This is the pump, centrifugal pump, and it goes again to the system. So this is how the organ is perfused. So this is known as normothermic machine perfusion, right? This is the circuit for that. So this is in brief about organ retrieval, the entire process, the due diligence that has to be done, and organ preservation and times. The last is the preservation times. Before that, before I start the video of the retrieval. So in preservation times, most of the time the organs can be preserved safely for a duration of maybe 6 to 8 hours. The shorter the duration from retrieval to transplant completion, better are the outcomes. For livers, on a routine basis, we will do it within 3 to 4 hours cold time. It can be done safely up to 6 to 8 hours also. When it becomes 8 to 10 hours of cold time, we are very worried. Beyond 10 to 12 hours, we never use the organ. For kidneys, the preservation time is a little longer. Up to 8 to 12 hours safely can be done. 12 to 20 hours, very plus minus. Beyond 20 hours, we never use the kidneys. Thank you very much. Now I would like to show two videos, one of liver retrieval and the other of kidney retrieval. Sarika, can you see the video? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to see the video, ma'am?
No, sir, it's just the PPT.
See the PPT? Okay, just 1 second, ma'am. Now can you see the video, ma'am?
Will you play it? Just
yeah, but are you able to see the video on the screen?
Yeah, we are able to see.
Okay, okay. I'm just a minute, ma'am. I'm playing it. Huh?
The video is just paused, sir.
Just a minute, ma'am. I'm playing it. Just 1 minute, please. Just 1 second, ma'am. I'm trying to play it. Can you see the video now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I will see if it moves. Ah. Okay, I will show you the kidney retrieval first, then I'll come to the liver part now. Are you able to see the video now, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is the video playing?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
So only
Right.
video,
So,
no audio, right? No audio, right?
No audio. I will speak.
Okay.
There will be only video. There will be no, my voice will be the audio. Okay. So this is the retrieval of the kidneys. The retrieval of the kidneys, the liver has already, this part of the kidney retrieval is done in the first part of the dissection itself. You can see all the organs are red basically because the heart is still beating and the cross clamp has not yet been done. So this is the right ureter that is being looped. The intestines are mobilized and the right ureter is being looped over here. Yeah, that is the right ureter. So this is the right common iliac artery that you can see here, and it is right in front of it the ureter crosses, and we pass a loop through that, so that in the later part, when the organs are all cooled, it can be divided quickly and your retrieval time becomes shorter. Okay, so the right ureter is looped. Similarly, we will loop the left side ureter also. So this is a 6-minute video. It will finish soon. So please be patient. So this is the left side ureter being looped, and that we take a lot of tissue around it so that we don't skeletonize and devascularize the ureter, so that our recipients do not have a problem. So the entire ureterogonadal complex, it is called, the gonadal vein and the ureter are looped in toto, and sling is passed around it. This is another umbilical cotton tape is passed around it. This is the left ureter. So once the ureter has been looped, that was done in the warm, and now we are doing the rest of the dissection is in the cold. The cold meaning the organs are already been cross clamped and flushed. The liver has come out already, and now the kidneys are being retrieved. Okay, so this is the part where the cold dissection is being done. So first step is the ureter that we looped. We will dissect it upwards. The upper limit of dissection is where the aorta bifurcates. So all the ureter and the structures come out. You can see all the organs are pale. There is some blood there because the organs have already been, blood has already been replaced with the vascular fluid, and all the organ perfusion fluids is already there. So this is the left ureter has been divided. They put a clamp on it so that it can be identified continuously. Sorry, right ureter. This is the left ureter now being mobilized. And that is also divided. So the, yeah. So the ureter comes up. Next step is once the ureter has been mobilized completely, we start focusing on the blood vessels of the kidney. So the first step is, because the left side colon is in front of the kidney, so the left side colon is mobilized. The entire colon comes up. That is the left side colon coming up there. And then you can see the kidneys coming in the surgeon's hands, and the attachments of the kidneys to all the retroperitoneal structures, the muscles, everything is divided, and the kidney along with the gerotas fascia is taken intact in toto. You don't try to dissect the kidneys lest you might injure it in a hurry. So best is to take it with the surrounding structures. This is the spleen which is being left behind. Generally, the pancreas or the heart team or the kidney team, sometimes they will take a small piece of the spleen also for doing their preserving lymphocyte cross match if they require it at a later date. So now we are focusing on the blood vessels. You will see that they will divide the blood vessels now. So you can see both the ureters are lifted up and they are kept separately. Now they are dividing the blood vessels. This is the mobilization of the right kidney. Sorry, the right kidney is coming up now. The surgeon has the kidney in his hand. The assistant has the kidney in his hand. The surgeon is dividing the diaphragm. That is the diaphragm going there. And you have come to the retroperitoneal muscles. The entire kidney has been mobilized. So all these takes on an average anything between maybe 3 to 4 minutes. So now we are dissecting all the tissue, separating it from the retroperitoneal structures. Okay, so now we have started going to focus on the blood vessels of the liver. The intestine, that is where you can see the aorta. Now they are going to dissect the aorta. That is the left common iliac artery, the right common iliac artery. You can see the aorta coming into the picture. Yeah, so the aorta is being divided here now. Right. So now next is IVC. They are dividing the IVC now. Nice. So both the blood vessels have been divided. As I told you before, both the kidneys are taken out en bloc. We don't try to separate the kidneys so that they're not injured. And once they come out, you have to separate both the kidneys. So now they put a snap on both the IVC and the aorta, and it is used for retraction. And then you go behind, and all the tissues are retrieved en bloc, and both the kidneys will be coming out. I will forward it a bit so that it will just show the critical steps. So here now both the kidneys have come out, and you can see both the kidneys are there. They're kept on a mop. There are both two ureters and the blood vessels here. Now they're going to separate the two. Now we're going to separate the two kidneys. First step is to divide the. They will probe the IVC there, identify the left renal vein, and they will divide the left renal vein. See, that is the left renal vein. So this is the IVC there. This is the left renal vein going inside the kidney. See, that is the IVC upper end that has been divided, and that is the upper end of the IVC which is open there, and we are going to divide the left renal vein here. So there is the left renal vein which is divided, and next step is to the vascular venous part is separated. The two kidneys are separate. Now what is left is the aorta or the arterial part. So first step is to split the aorta, the posterior surface of the aorta, because there is no vital structure coming out the posterior surface. The first step is to divide the posterior structure of the aorta, posterior wall of the aorta. There is the tissues behind the aorta, and there is now they're going to split the aorta. And when they do, this is the inferior mesenteric artery. And when they do, you'll be able to see the renal artery opening. There, you can see the opening of this is the opening of the renal artery. That is the right renal artery, and this is the left renal artery which is shown. And then we are going to split the anterior wall of the aorta. And the two kidneys will be separated. And the last step will be to pack the organs. I will just show you that also. Nice. So both the kidneys are separate now. We will pack both the kidneys. This is the renal vein which is being demonstrated. So the kidneys are taken out. That's the opening of the IVC which is being shown. So the right kidney gets the IVC, and because the right renal vein is short, generally we'll give the IVC with the right kidney so that it can be used for reconstruction. And for the left kidney, the left renal vein is long. That is why we just give a cuff of the IVC. That's the end of the video. Okay. I will just try again to see if the liver retrieval video works, ma'am. Ma'am, the video is not playing well, but I will still share it. I can forward it and show it to you so that no can be seen. Okay. Right. So this is the video of the retrieval of the liver. So unfortunately, my video is not playing well. I don't know. I do not know why. Maybe it's a resolution, but yeah. But I will show it to you in pieces so that and try to explain as much as possible. So basically, this is the equipment that we keep ready, the cautery, etc. The midline incision, like I just we discussed before, and then we complete the incision. We open the chest, the cardiac surgeon open the chest with the strident sternotomy, and then that's how we start the operation. In the abdomen, the first step is to divide the falciform ligament, which is with which the liver is attached to the diaphragm and the anterior abdominal wall. Then we next is the assessment of the liver. We will assess whether the quality of the organ, how is it. We will feel the liver. We will press the liver and see how the perfusion is. Is it good? Is it perfusing well? And then that's how we'll assess the liver. And then the next step will be assessment of the abdominal viscera. Many of the donors can be elderly, so you always feel all the abdominal viscera, the small intestine, the large intestine, the colon, the stomach. Make sure you're not having a hidden malignancy. Because these donors, they don't undergo a CT scan of the abdomen. We do not know accurate past history, any symptoms were there. So we always make sure no malignancy is being missed. Next step, like I told you, all the intestines are in front and the kidneys and the liver, the blood vessels, the aorta, IVC are the most posterior structures. So we do a kettle and barrage maneuver. So you can see that here the intestine is pulled up and this is being mobilized. The Cotterill and Benwest maneuver, the entire structures of the abdomen are taken from the right to the left side and the blood vessels are exposed. So you will see that, see, this is the IVC which is coming into picture and all the intestines have been taken away. So the end of the dissection or limit of the bowel mobilization is to see the left renal vein. So that's the left renal vein which is coming into picture there, and that is done. Next step, some people do it separately. We will dissect the superior mesenteric artery which is present here. That is the left renal vein that is very nicely seen going towards the left kidney. And the SMA is looped. This is where in this patient we had a abnormal anatomy that replaced right artery. That's why we looped the SMA over here. We would also dissect so now the next step is to focus on the abdominal aorta. I remember I told you we can put a cannula so that the organ perfusion solution can be introduced. So we are dissecting the aorta over here. And before that, we will ligate the inferior mesenteric artery so that we get some more space. So this is the aorta. You can see the inferior mesenteric artery has been ligated and divided here. This is the abdominal aorta, and this is the right common artery and left common iliac artery. So we are looping the aorta, and the aorta is going to be looped now. Then you can tape is passed around the aorta, and the aorta is looped. Next step, we will loop the IMV. In certain scenarios, we would flush the IMV also, but that is not a standard process. Next, we will start mobilization of the liver. There is a right and a left lobe of the liver. We will mobilize the left triangular ligament, left lobe of the liver first. This is the left lobe is lifted up. This is the caudate lobe of the liver. If there's an accessory or abnormal blood vessel of the liver, or which is known as the replaced left hepatic artery, this is where it will be located. So we'll have to identify it and preserve it also if it is there. Next is to the vascular structures I told you we have to identify. So artery is one thing. Next is the portal vein, that is the other blood supply of the liver. So we dissect the porta hepatis, or the structures which I was telling you, all the blood supply going into the liver. We will loop the portal vein over here. So this is the portal vein being looped. The right gastric artery is divided. Then we will feel if there is any other abnormal artery which is going into the liver, because if it is a replaced right, it is identified. Then next is the bile duct. This is the gallbladder here. The bile duct is being looped. This is the and it is divided. You can see the bile duct has been divided with ligatures. So then the rest of the portal structures are dissected and the blood vessels are identified. Then these we identify the artery and we trace the hepatic artery towards the splenic artery. All these, see, this is the artery being divided. The splenic artery is coming here. We identify and loop the splenic artery. This is the common hepatic artery which is coming down, and this is the splenic artery. Splenic artery is looped, left gastric artery is looped, and more or less we are done. Then like I told you, we apply a clamp on the aorta. So dissect the supraciliac aorta to identify it, loop it and clamp it. This is the aorta being looped over here, right? Then we will identify the IVC. We will loop the IVC so that sometimes we will put a suction cannula in this, and so that all the blood can be sucked out, or other times you can bet it in the heart also. This is the IVC being looped over here. This is the bile duct is divided. You can see the bile coming out. And as like I told you, bile becomes toxic to the epithelium in the cold. So all the bile is flushed out of the gallbladder and the bile duct. You can see the saline being flushed into the gallbladder. When the heart team takes over, once the heart team is also ready, and the lung team is ready, the liver team is ready, we will tell the anesthetist to heparinize. We will give generally around 25 to 30,000 units of heparin, and after 3 minutes, we will get ready to cross clamp the aorta. So here we can see the aorta was looped, so then the lower part of the aorta is tied, and then we can see that the cannula is being inserted into the aorta into the proximal part. See, the aorta has been cannulated. This is the upper part of the aorta, supraciliac aorta, which is looped. It's lifted up, and an artery is being placed across it so that it is clamped. After that, once the cross clamp is done, generally you can see the heart has been lifted up, and the IVC as it is going to the heart is being cut over here. This is the right atrium. We saw just the IVC is cut over here. If the heart is retrieved, the IVC is cut. If the liver is only heart not being retrieved, right atrium is cut, and the blood will come out and accumulate in the pericardium, which is sucked out. And at the same time, from below, the organ perfusion solution is pumped into the aorta, so that the blood is drained out and the solution replaces the blood, and the organs are cooled. Then we put ice all around the organs so that the organs are cooled. This is a slush of ice, not ice cubes. The slush of ice so that the organs are cooled completely. And IVC is ligated. Once the perfusion is complete, generally we will use around 4 liters of UW for the abdominal organs. Then first is the heart retrieval, then is the lung retrieval, and then we come to the retrieval of the liver. So in retrieval of the liver, first thing is we will divide the portal structures. We will divide the gastroduodenal artery. Then we would divide the portal vein. Then we will portal vein is being divided here. Then we dissect the arteries that we had looped in the warm phase. We will divide all those. The aorta has been divided here. Then we come to the upper part. We divide the supraciliac aorta. See, the aorta is lifted. The supraciliac aorta has been divided, and now when the liver is lifted up, the aorta will go up with the liver. After that, we mobilize the liver. The liver is stuck to the diaphragm, and the other tissues or the peritoneal attachments of the liver are divided. This is dividing the upper part in the diaphragm. You can see the lung over here. This is the diaphragm being divided. Once the diaphragm is divided, basically the lower part, the IVC is there, and below the liver, the infrarenal IVC is there, infrahepatic IVC is there. The left, the IVC is divided. That is the right kidney there. This is the left kidney, which was identified before. So we divide the IVC just before just above the left renal vein, and that is the last structure to be divided, and the liver comes out. Once the liver comes out, we will pack the liver. I'll just show you the packing part. Let me see if the video works here. You put it in an organ bag. Then we will flush the liver. Once the liver is flushed, as you can see, there's a bag. There is an organ perfusion solution inside, which the liver is placed, and we will tie the bag. And then before that, outside that, we will put some ice. There's some ice outside it, inside the tin, but outside the bag, so that it is not in direct contact with the liver. And the entire tin is placed inside the ice box. This can be normal ice cube because this is now unsterile, and that's what is placed, and that's how the organ is transported. After the organs have been retrieved, the abdomen of the and the chest is closed like that of a normal surgical wound. We can see that here the normal running stitch, the entire skin is closed like a surgical operation, and a dressing is performed for the donor. Thank you very much, ma'am. Hello, Sarika, ma'am.
Just a minute.
Yes.
Thank you, sir, for that. It was a detailed description. I think the entire procedure of the transplant was pretty sure and clear for all of us. You have given a, it was really a detailed class, I would say. And any questions from students' point of view? Anything you would like to clarify? You ask, sir, or else you can post it in the chat box. And also, sir, in case if a student comes out with any kind of queries, or else anybody related to these transplants, so can we like contact you for the same?
Absolutely, ma'am. You have my numbers, so please feel free to call anytime. And we can always discuss any doubts, queries can be answered. That's never a problem, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for this, and also accepting our invitation. I know you are like quite busy.
No. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity, and I appreciate it. And best of luck, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Good day, ma'am. Sarika, I can log off, right?
Yes, sir, you can.
Thank you so much.
We'll be continuing with the next session within 5 minutes. I'm just waiting for the speaker to join in, and we'll start up soon. Suchitra ma'am, did you join? Suchitra, did you join? Suchitra, did you join?
Video off.
Suchitra, did you join? Join, madam. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Madam, I think there are a lot of disturbances over there. Some multiple devices are being kept open. First, I'll just introduce you, ma'am, and then you can start with the session.
Actually, there's lots of disturbance.
Is it audible?
I can't hear you.
Madam, I think some multiple devices have been kept open over there. That is why that echo is coming while you speak.
But right now on the table, there is nothing is there.
And do one thing, just leave the meeting and join again. Let's see.
Sorry?
Can you rejoin? Can you rejoin? Leave and join again. Just try. I think some issue from your point of sight. I'll just introduce the topic to the participants, ma'am, and then let's see. So our next session will be on discharge education, which will be dealt by Ms. Suchitra Suresh Kumar. Madam will be dealing with the topics on introduction to patients at the time of discharge, general home care, and follow-up care. So we'll have a brief description about Madam.
Just give me 2 minutes.
Yeah. Ms. Suchitra Suresh Kumar, Madam is a nurse educator of Fortis Hospital, Mulund, completed her post-graduation from SNDT University and has extensive experience in clinical areas. We invite you for this session and you can just try to share your PPT. Just share your slides from your sides, madam.
So is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it is visible.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, a very good afternoon to all of you. So today we will, so when it comes to transplant, the discharge planning starts at the very beginning. That is the time when the decision of transplant is made. So what are the main things that are done in the discharge planning is that the patient and relatives financial counseling is done. Because with transplant comes a very big thing that how are we going to finance this entire process. The patient's emotional and psychological counseling is done, both of the recipient and the donor, because the person needs to be completely psychologically prepared when he is going to donate as well as receive a transplant organ, because finally everyone is going to be anxious whether this transplant would be a successful one, or how my body would reciprocate with to this new organ which is donated. The patient is given a number of transplant coordinator of the hospital where the transplant is planned, who is the single point of contact for any queries. So basically for each and every transplant, there is a transplant coordinator, and the transplant coordinator is a single point of contact to that patient, and the patient contacts the same person for any query related to the transplant. Next is the team that is involved in transplant care. So basically one would be the chief liver transplant surgeon, under whom who will perform the transplant. Then who will report directly to the medical superintendent of the hospital. Then under this chief liver transplant surgeon, there will be consultant liver surgeons. There is a transplant clinical coordinator. There will be a team of intensivists, then some specialists like the gastroenterologist and hepatologist in case of a liver transplant. There will be a nephrologist in case of a renal transplant, a hematologist in case of a bone marrow transplant. Then an anesthetist would be there, an infection disease specialist because the patients are more prone to infections post-transplant. Then microbiologist, a psychiatrist for psychological preparation of the patient as well as the donor, a donor advocate who will help the donor in making decisions and speak for the donor, a clinical pharmacist who will explain the patient regarding the medicines, a nurse in charge under whom there would be transplant nurses, a dietitian who will plan the diet and nutrition for the patient, a perfusionist, a physiotherapist who will help the patient, who will teach the patient about various exercises, a psychologist who will help in psychological health of the patient, a social worker who will help in arranging the finance pre and post transplant, a non-clinical transplant coordinator who will be from the social service team. So this is the entire team who will be involved in the transplant care of the patient. So these people meet the patients far before the transplant is being planned. So once the decision of transplant is made, all these people meet the patient, make the patient ready to undergo this transplant, and the discharge planning and the post care also begins far before the transplant is done. And once the patient is completely ready to undergo transplant, then he goes for a transplant surgery once the organ is available. Then during the post-operative phase, when is the discharge decided? So the person who will be the care provider is identified during the post-operative phase, or even before the post-operative phase. One person will be identified as a care provider, and the complete care of the patient is being explained to this care provider. The care provider is involved in the daily care of the person, of the patient once the patient stabilizes. The discharge of the patient depends upon hemodynamic stability of the patient, the readiness of patient and care provider. That is how much confident are they to take care of this patient once this patient goes at home. The required facilities are made available at home. So mostly this post-transplant, there are few requirements that needs to be done in your home settings, like a room, a separate room for the transplant patient, a separate washroom, for the transplant patient, few articles needed for the transplant. Mostly it depends upon which kind of transplant the patient is undergoing. The patient and the care provider demonstrate infection control practices, care of drain, surgical wound, etc. So they are taught about the infection control practices, how to do hand hygiene, what are the steps of hygiene, when are they supposed to perform hand hygiene. Then if the patient is going to go home with a drain, then how is the drain care is to be done, how to treat the surgical wound at home. So once they demonstrate them how are they going to take care of these things, then only the discharge is planned. The patient and care providers are aware of the importance of hand hygiene, medication, diet, exercise, and signs and symptoms of graft rejection. So when they demonstrate that they do have a knowledge of the medications that are supposed to be given in the post-transplant period, what diet is to be given to the patient, what are the different exercises the patient has to undergo, has to do, and what are the signs and symptoms of graft rejection. If they are aware about this, then only the discharge of this patient is planned, because though transplant may take at certain point and in the hospital we can give a good care to the patient, but the post-transplant period is very important so that the graft rejection doesn't happen and patient lives a healthy life with the transplanted organ. So these are the few parameters which are very necessary in the discharge instructions. One is medication, second is infection control, then nutrition, exercise and lifestyle, and follow-up. So now we will see what are the infection practices that are to be followed. So first and foremost thing that is important is personal hygiene. So personal hygiene is of utmost importance in the post-transplant period, as skin is our first line of defense, which helps our body to fight against various infections. So a daily shower has to, the person should have take daily shower. Then dental care has to be taken care of. Dental care should be done. So every day brushing the teeth properly, rinsing the mouth properly, because your mouth is also carrier of many bacteria. Following hand washing strictly, steps and moments of hand washing. So you have to teach all the 6 steps of hand washing to the patient, ask the patient to demonstrate every time. And once when you are sure that the patient has learned the steps of hand washing and the 5 movements of hand washing in the post-operative phase, then you can ensure that the same things will be followed in the discharge care. Then wound and drain care. So wound care following aseptic techniques. So you should teach them what are the different aseptic techniques, use of gloves, cleaning and washing the hands properly with an antimicrobial solution. So basically here we recommend them use of 5% chlorhexidine. Then the articles and solutions that are needed to clean the wound, like bandages, they may require bandages, some antiseptic solutions. So betadine or chlorhexidine solution to clean the wound, and they should be taught to, to observe for signs of wound infection like redness, pain or tenderness at the wound site or any abnormal discharge or fever. So they are to be instructed that if they see any of the signs of infection, they have to contact their transplant team, and to follow the treatment, whatever the transplant doctor is recommending them. Then the second thing is drain care. Sometimes it happens that patients get discharged with a drain. So proper handling of drain following aseptic techniques while taking care of the drain. Monitoring the drain output is very important. So 24 hours drain output monitoring should be done. Then to watch for drain color. So when they are monitoring the drain output, at the same time they should watch what is the color of the drain output, the amount of the drain, if they find if there is any changes like presence of fresh blood or the drain quantity has increased abruptly, then the transplant team needs to be notified about the same. Then other instructions that we can give to the patients regarding infection control are avoid contact with anyone who are suffering with infectious diseases. Now, infectious diseases like chickenpox, mumps, measles, open cocks, Then avoid contact with person who have flu-like symptoms like cough, cold, fever, and also children vaccinated with live vaccines. Also, personal articles of this patient should be separate. So each and every article, whatever this patient is using, should be separate, washed separately, and should be used only by this patient only. No sharing of articles. Avoid going to crowded places. At least for first 3 months, going to crowded places like cinema halls, malls should be avoided. Arrangement of a separate room and toilet for the patient to be done with, which has a good ventilation. Daily and thorough cleaning of the room. So the room of the patient should be cleaned daily and thoroughly with antiseptic solution. Avoid contact with pets. So pets carry various infections or various organisms. So contact with pets during this period should be avoided. Use of mask all the time for first few months, especially in the first 3 months. Wherever the patient is going, the patient should wear a mask. To avoid visitors at home, so it is recommended at least for the first 3 months, visitors should not be allowed at home. Identify signs of infections. So you should tell them that similar to influenza. So if you see like flu-like symptoms, like which may include fever, which is about 37.6 degrees Celsius or 100 degree Fahrenheit, chills, severe vomiting, shortness of breath, or diarrhea. So if they see any of these symptoms, you should notify this to your transplant team and seek help as soon as possible. Next important thing in the discharge instruction is regarding medications. So the most important medications in the post-transplant period are the anti-rejection medicines, or that are also known as your immunosuppressants, and steroids, which are given in the post-transplant period. Now, what is transplant rejection? So rejection is the most common and important complication that may occur after receiving a transplant. So there are two common types of transplant rejection. There is hyper-rejection also, but that usually occurs within the hospital. So they should be aware about acute rejection and chronic rejection. So chronic rejection may occur within 1 week to first 3 months of after transplant. Chronic rejections usually after 3 months, which may occur. Usually your acute rejection is treatable. That means it can be treated successfully, but chronic rejections, the treatment is not well understood and it is also often not successful. So the patient should be taught about signs of transplant rejection so that they notify their transplant team immediately. So some common symptoms that may see are pain at the site of transplant, feeling unwell, fatigue or lack of energy, flu-like symptoms, fever, weight changes, swelling, changes in heart rate or blood pressure. That means your vital signs would be changed, breathing difficulty, and less urine output. So if they see that these are the symptoms prevalent in them, then they should immediately contact their transplant team and seek help. Then anti-rejection medications or immunosuppressants, they are of two types. So anti-rejection medications, what they do, they decrease the blood's natural immune response because a foreign body is placed in the patient's body. So your body's tendency is to fight against that. So to lower that immune response, we give this anti-rejection medicines. So types, there are two types: induction agent, powerful anti-rejection medications, which are usually used in the operating room, and on what we discharge the patients, these are the maintenance agents. So to maintain the anti-rejection phase, we have medications like calcineurin inhibitors, which is your tacrolimus and cyclosporins. Then anti-proliferative agents, that is mycophenolate mofetil and mycophenolate sodium and azathioprine, and mTOR inhibitors, which is sirolimus, and steroids, which is prednisolone. Most commonly, we must have seen that patient here in our hospital, we usually give this tacrolimus in your renal and liver transplant with steroid, that is Vicelon, and in bone marrow transplants we usually use cyclosporins. Are immunosuppressants necessary? So yes, transplant rejection is hard to diagnose in its early stage. Rejection is often not reversible once it starts. So one should never stop taking the anti-rejection medications no matter what. So whenever if the patient, we instruct the patient that if they are traveling, so they have to, and if the medication timings are going to fall in them, or if, because whenever we go out, we cannot predict that we might get caught in some traffic as well, and there could be a delay of 1 or 2 hours to reach our to our home. So basically, we ask the patient to carry this medication or a dose of medication with them. So in case if they are not able to reach their home on time, they can take this medication on their way. Stopping or missing them may cause a rejection to occur. So they should never miss this your immunosuppressant medicines on which they are. Then guidelines for taking medication. Take your medication at the same time every day. So here we, when we give this discharge summary, or at the time of their post-operative care only, a time period is allotted for every drug, and the patient is thought about this time period in their post-operative day. And we take a written, we assess their knowledge, whether they are aware about this time, so that it is ensured that on their discharge at home, they will follow the same timings. Never skip a dose of your medication. If you accidentally skip a dose, contact your transplant team. So we instruct them, in case by chance if they miss their dose, they have to contact their transplant team. Never change the dosage or stop taking your medication unless it has been approved by your transplant team. So if they change, or they should never change or stop any medication without consulting their transplant team. Any over-the-counter drug to be avoided. No new drug to be taken without contacting the transplant team. So we use this citrazens, dolo, whenever we want, like if we have pain or something. So a transplant patient cannot take any medications at any time. So only recommended medicines. And if they have to take any other medicine, they have to consult their transplant doctor. Store medication in a cool, dry place and out of reach of children. Then, do immunosuppressants have side effects? So yes, they have, to certain extent, they have side effects. So anti-rejection immunosuppressant medications have number of side effects which are usually manageable for most patients. Blood levels of anti-rejection medications will be checked regularly to prevent rejection and less side effects. So at regular intervals, the doctor asks the patients to do this immunosuppressants level in their blood. So we do tacrolimus and cyclosporin blood levels, and based upon that, the patient's dosage are managed. If side effects do occur, contact the doctor who may change the dose or type of medications. What are the common side effects that are seen? Most of the common side effects that are seen in a transplant patient because of immunosuppressants are high blood pressure, weight gain, diarrhea, vomiting, fever, and increased chance of having infections, because this immunosuppressants depresses your immunity. So the chances of getting infection is very high. And increased risk of some forms of cancer. Still, it is not confirmed, but it increases the risk as your immunity is compromised. Then, should vaccines be avoided after transplant? So vaccines helps your body protect you from infections. Some vaccines are not good for you when you have a transplant. So basically, you should avoid all the live vaccines in your post-transplant period, because they usually create the immune response inside you, and already as your immunity is low, the level of infection that will be created in your body would be high. So check with your transplant team before receiving any vaccines or boosters. So if you are due for any vaccines or booster, you should consult your transplant team and then only take the vaccines. So basically here what we do, we see to it that all the vaccines that are necessary for the patient, we give the patient in the pre-transplant period. So pre-operatively, we give all the vaccines to the patient. Vaccines, which are the vaccines that can be safely taken are diphtheria, pertussis, you can take TPT vaccine, Haemophilus influenza B vaccine, hepatitis A vaccine, hepatitis B vaccine, then pneumovax vaccine, single booster at 5 years, then inactivated polio vaccine, influenza type A and B, and meningococcus vaccine and typhoid vaccine. So, but though it is said that these vaccines are true, but still you have to get it confirmed from your doctor. Vaccines that should avoided are mostly your live vaccines like your varicella zoster, bacillus, calmette-guerin, smallpox vaccine, intranasal influenza, live oral typhoid, measles, mumps, rubella, oral polio, live Japanese bee encephalitis vaccine, and yellow fever. Now, other important vaccines: get hepatitis B vaccines before transplant, avoid all live vaccines, avoid the nasal influenza vaccines, wait at least for 3 to 6 months after transplant before getting a flu shot, then get it way early on yearly booster injection only. So at least for the first 3 months, we should avoid any vaccines in the post-transplant period. Contact transplant physician if one plans to travel to another country, as one may need to receive certain vaccines to prevent diseases that are common in that area. So if you're planning for any travel, at least in the first 3 months, you're not recommended or advised to travel out of country. But in case if you're traveling, so consult first with your transplant doctor, and if any of that you're traveling to certain area where certain disease is prevalent, then you have to get vaccinated against that disease. Then avoid contact with children who have received oral polio vaccine for 3 weeks, children who have received measles or mumps vaccines, adults who have received attenuated varicella vaccines to prevent zoster, and children or adults who have received the nasal influenza vaccine. So a person should avoid people who are vaccinated with these vaccines. Other important thing, the common thing that should come into your mind is whether a transplant patient can take COVID vaccines. So yes, we do give COVID vaccine to transplant patient, but not in the first 3 months of the post-transplant period. Next is diet and nutrition. So diet and nutrition plays a very important role in the post-transplant period, as diet is very important to build up your immunity, as well as it helps to heal your wound after the transplant. So the diet instructions as per the dietitian is given at the time of discharge. As we saw, dietitian was a part of our discharge planning team. So she will give you a proper diet meal program which you have to follow in your post-discharge period. The patient must also drink adequate water as advised by the doctor and keep a chart of intake and output along with weight. The diet may be a bit restricted in the first few months post-transplant, but the following things to be followed very judiciously. So your diet will depend upon what kind of transplant you have undergone, and that will be given by your dietitian. But few things that are important are: try to have only freshly cooked home food, not to eat any raw food. So whatever you are eating should be cooked. Food must be washed and well cooked. Make sure it is clean. Fruits must be peeled. So avoid fruits which cannot be peeled. So take fruits which can be peeled and then only eat it. Wash utensils before use. Drink only boiled water at home, especially in first 3 months after transplant. Do not consume food that has been left over for night. So no leftover foods. Then a balanced diet is to be taken. One needs to have sufficient amount of high quality proteins to help the body rebuild muscles and combat muscle atrophy from steroids. So you will be very weak, and you may undergo muscle atrophy because you are taking steroids on regular basis. So food of high quality proteins include meat, eggs, and dairy products, etc. One should also have a high calorie, low fat and low cholesterol diet to avoid fat accumulation, because you should avoid weight gain in the post-transplant period. Avoid fried, deep fried or greasy foods. Wean away from highly seasoned food. To eat more vegetables and fruits to increase fiber intake to avoid constipation. Now, the two targets of our diet is to control blood sugars and control body weight. Now, many transplant patients have NODAT, that is new onset diabetes after transplant. As in the transplant period, the patient is usually on tacrolimus and steroids, which increase the blood sugar, and that induces diabetes. So sugar monitoring at home is very important. So what we do here when the patient is for transplant, we get a blood sugar monitoring machine for the patient, so that we teach the patient how to monitor blood sugar so that they can do the same at home. To avoid this problem, you should control sugar intake carefully, avoid very sweet food, schedule for an appointment if dietitian. If your sugars are not under control, please refer the dietitian. And in case even with the diet control, you're not able to maintain your sugars, then maybe an endocrinologist help should be taken, who may put you on oral anti-diabetic agents or insulin injections. Control of body weight is very important. So it is important to maintain a normal body weight. Abrupt increase in weight will result in increase in blood pressure and other complication. Weight monitoring and keeping a record. So we tell our patients that at home. So basically we have a register in the post transplant period only, where we maintain the records of the patients, and in front of us we ask the patient to start recording from hospital only, so that they know what is to be recorded, how it is to be written, so that at home they can follow this same practice. Abrupt increase in weight will result, so besides paying attention to the diet modification, adequate exercise can effectively burn calories and slow down weight gain. So with diet, exercise should also be followed at home. Now, food to be avoided. So commonly what is required to control weight and uncooked food, that is important. So expired, partly cooked and raw meat or eggs should be avoided. Cold meat to be avoided. Uncooked vegetables and salads to be avoided. Overripe. So if you're eating salads, at least eat boiled, whatever you can boil, then only you eat it. Overripe or damaged fruits to be avoided. Fruits difficult to wash and peel, like grapes, strawberries, cherries, and kiwis should be avoided. Highly seasoned food to be avoided. So your milk drinks containing live lactobacilli, yogurt, ice cream is to be avoided. Then loosely packed or improper stored cakes, breads, sweet, dry fruits, and nuts to be avoided. Normal tap water and unfrozen overnight soup to be avoided. Then exercise and lifestyle modification. So exercise is very important. So we saw that physiotherapists also play a very important role in care of these transplant patients. So during the post-operative phase, they teach them various exercises that are necessary for the patient, which usually includes your deep breathing exercises and the mobilization part. So after transplant, in the first several weeks, one will feel tired easily. So as per the patient's, tolerance levels, they should at least practice some amount of exercise at home to do more deep breathing exercises and take more rest. So they should never exhaust themselves, but exercise should not be removed from their schedule. Sometimes people do find weakness in the muscles all over the body, and leg muscles in particular. This is the result of lack of exercise after surgery and a side effect of steroid hormones. To strengthen the leg muscles, one is recommended to progressively increase the level of exercise. Walking, cycling, and working out on exercise bikes are typical. Basically, you can do whatever you want to do, including sit-ups, abdominal exercises, and swimming, which help to strengthen abdominal muscles. But you can do all these things depending upon how healthy is your surgical wound. So based upon your condition, do exercises, but these exercises should be as per your tolerance level and what is recommended by the physiotherapist and your doctor. One can return to school or work as soon as possible, but in the first 3 months post-transplant, you have to seek your doctor's advice and consider the health condition before making a decision. You should avoid lifting heavy weights during the first 3 months post-transplant, and smoking and drinking alcohol should be avoided completely. Then sexual health. So sexual life can be resumed after the transplant once the wound has healed. So consult your doctor and then resume your sexual life. There could be certain problems in few cases. So you may have problems with your sexual life post-transplant. So you can consult your doctor in reference to it, and you may be referred to a specialist doctor. Then pregnancy. So pregnancy to be avoided for at least first 12 months post-transplant. Then for female patients, menstruation may temporarily stop after surgery, but there is still a chance to get pregnant. So contraceptive methods should be used. So consult your doctor which contraceptive measures can be useful for you, and you can adopt them. You are advised to wait at least 1 year following transplant before trying to conceive. If one decides to have children, please discuss it with your transplant team doctor. Although number of women are able to have children after transplant with minimal risk to the mother and baby, pregnant transplant recipients will need to be closely followed. So though there is no problem in post-transplant, a lady can become pregnant, but in her pregnancy period, she needs to be monitored properly. Then psychological health. So even in the psychologist will be a part of the care from the start of transplant and even in the discharge phase, because it is a new thing, completely new phase of the phase in the patient's life, and there could be panic attacks, there could be anxiety at any level of care. So the patient has to be in contact with his psychologist. A serious illness can create many personal and family stress to help you and your family. So even in the post-transplant period, this transplant care is a pinch to the patient's pocket. So that could also be a stress or burden to the family, and that could also affect the patient's psychological health. So to help you and your family make any necessary adjustments, there are social workers and psychiatrists available for consultations. They are available when you are in hospital or even in clinic. Then the transplant team can help with job planning or rehabilitation. So there are rehab groups, transplant rehab groups. The patients can be referred there, and there they can be able to help them in rehabilitating and getting back to work. Family stresses such as parent-child conflicts, marital conflicts, and changes in sexual functioning and financial concerns, such as questions about Medicare, disability, and insurance. The social worker will evaluate the needs, refer to an agency in home community, and provide direct counseling if the circumstances and distance permit. So in case if you have such problems, then also report to your team, and they will help you by referring you to an agency which will help you in counseling. You may be able to resolve many questions by talking to social workers. Specialized counseling will also be arranged. Then follow-up care. So follow-up care is very, very important because transplant care doesn't end just with the operations. The post-transplant care is actually very crucial, especially in the discharge phase. If you don't follow it properly, then the chances of rejection increases, the chances of infection increases, the chances of failure of the transplant increases. So if you want to lead a healthy life for long with the transplanted organ, then follow-up and proper discharge care is very important. So regular follow-ups are very important. Blood investigation. So the common blood investigation that is advised to the patients are the tacrolimus levels or the cyclosporins levels. So blood investigation charts needs to be strictly adhered. Blood needs to be drawn. So when you are asked to check this tacrolimus levels, you are supposed to draw the blood sample half an hour before taking the medicines. So in case if your tacrolimus is advised at 8 o'clock, you have to draw the blood sample at 7:30. because if you take the medicine and then you do the TAC levels, then it is of no use. It will give false results. So this needs to be conveyed to the patient during the discharge care. Then investigation schedules to be given for 1 year post-transplant. After 1 year, generally CBC, LFT, kidney function test, liver function. So based upon whatever medicines you are and what kind of transplant you underwent, so the tests may vary depending upon transplant. So this is done after 1 year. A complete body checkup of this patient is done to see whether the patient is doing well with the transplanted organ, and then these blood tests or levels of tacrolimus and everything is checked at least every 3 months. Regular follow-up with the patients. So when the patient is coming for regular follow-up, he should come with the patient's diary. So we ask the patient to maintain a register at home, which we initiate. The maintenance initiates within the hospital, where we taught them what is to be recorded and how is to be recorded. So daily they record their weight, vital signs, intake and output, their blood sugars. Then if they whatever investigations that they are undergoing, that they have to mention, as well as they should send a copy to their consent transplant team. And if the doctors think that this patient needs to be consulted in hospital, they ask the patients to come depending upon their condition. So they should come with their diary, with their with their blood reports that were prescribed, and where they make, so in the diary they make a note of vital signs, weight, intake and output, and blood sugar levels. So this is regarding the follow-up care. So today we discussed about what is the discharge care of these patients. So just keep in your mind that discharge planning is not something that starts on the day of discharge. In all patients, it usually starts from the very beginning, from the day of admission. But in case of transplant patient, it starts well before the transplant or actually occurs. So making the patient psychologically prepared, making the patients financially competent, then making the donor, if it is a live donor, counseling the donor, and the donor care is also very important. So it is not only about the recipient care, it is also about the donor's psychological status as well. And even in the follow-up, if these discharge care instructions are not followed properly, then actually your entire thing that you have underwent during the entire transplant process, in the pre-operative and the post-operative people, that all goes into vain if the discharge care is not taught properly to patient, conveyed properly to patient, and if the patient does not abide to the discharge instructions. So that these are the few things common in all types of transplant patients. So that's it from my side. Ms. Sarika, can you hear me?
Yes. Is it done, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
So if anyone has any question, they can drop.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. From student side, is there any queries or any points to be clarified with madam regarding this discharge planning? It is one of the very important topic, ma'am, I feel, because we should be knowing when a donor or else a recipient just leaves a hospital, the discharge instructions should be given highest priority compared to any other aspects, because they are out of the hospital. There are no medical team to be around them, so now they have to do. So the instructions are much more important. So I hope all the students have went through the slides what madam had discussed much in detail. In case of any queries, ma'am, the students may put up later, I mean future, anytime I come across any kind of queries, can we approach you, ma'am, for the same?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay.
So
thank you so much.
One thing that I would like to add on is, in our hospital, what we do, though we have patients who maintain everything at home. I mean, they have their own register where they maintain about their status. But at the same time, our liver transplant team actually follows this. So they have a Excel maintained for separately for each and every patient, where they document everything pertaining to the patient. So if you just go to the folder of that patient in Excel, you will get all the information regarding
all details.
So that helps a lot when these patients come back with some problems. Then we can go back through all these things, and the care becomes very easy.
Yes, yes, yes. So much for accepting our invitation. Yeah, and for giving such a wonderful detailed description for the topics to our students. Thank you, madam.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go ahead with our next session, and our last session is on role of a nurse in organ donation and transplant, which would be dealt by Ms. Shivkama Sundari Madam, Associate Professor of MGM New Bombay College of Nursing. And we'll have a short description about Madam. Ms. Shivkama Sundari P, Assistant Professor of MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, graduation from MGR University and post-graduation from Tamil Nadu itself. She has got an extensive teaching experience as well as clinical experience. Happy to invite you for the session, ma'am, and over to you.
Good afternoon all. My topic is role of nurse. Before moving to topic, let's see status of organ donation in India. So we must have knowledge about organ status of India. Here we can see total number of hearts donated by deceased organ donor in India from 2014 to 2019. Only 3 people have donated their heart. This is about total number of kidney donated by both deceased and living organ donor. Here we have to see the number of deceased kidney donor and number of living kidney donors. The number of living kidney donors are always high than deceased kidney donors. So as a nurse, we have to bring changes in this scenario. How means we have to increase the deceased kidney donors. By that, we can reduce the number of living kidney donors. Here we can see total number of liver donated by both deceased and living organ donor from 2014 to 2019. Here also we have to note that number of living liver donors and number of deceased living donors. Always living liver donors rate are high than deceased liver donors. So we have to we have effective role towards increase the number of deceased liver donors. By that, we can decrease the number of living liver donors. Here we can see total number of lungs donated by deceased organ donors in India. Only 3 people have donated their lungs. So you can go through this one from 2014 to 2019. This is about total number of pancreas donated by deceased organ donor. So 3 people have donated their pancreas. So this is about total number of small intestine donated by deceased organ donor in India. So here also only few people have donated their intestine. This one about total number of deceased organ donors after brain death and circulatory death. So here the number is always high in after brain death patients. So this is about total number of organ donated by deceased donor in India. So the rates are fluctuating every year, but still we are low in organ donation. Here we can see total number of deceased organ donor in India. In 2014, only 0.3% people have donated their organ per million population. You can see 2019, only 0.52% people donated per million population. I hope you can understand India is the lowest place in organ donation. In this graph, we can see India is placed in last place in organ donation in the year of 2019. Spain ranked in first place. So, as a nurse, we have effective role to increase and improve the organ donation because n number of people are waiting for transplantation, but only few people are donating their organ. So we have to work to increase the rate of organ donation. According to Indian scenario, diabetes, hypertension are the leading cause of end-stage kidney failure. It is estimated that nearly 1,75,000 patients are suffering from end-stage kidney failure. The number of liver disease cases that are caused by hepatitis B and C viruses and alcoholism. So this is the main reason for kidney transplantation and liver transplantation. So we have to reduce the number of diabetes, hypertension and liver disease cases also. By that we can reduce transplantation cases also. Then it is estimated that around 5 lakh people in India need kidney, liver, heart transplants. But there are approximately 10,000 to 12,000 organs are donated by the donors in the recent years per annual. So only 1.2% of the demand for organs. So many people are waiting for transplants. Around 6,000 people die every day waiting for organ transplant. Someone dies every 17 minutes waiting for transplant. So this is not less significant. Every 30 minutes, someone has been added in the waiting list. I hope you can understand organs, how much important for Indian people. Next, we will see the role of nurses. The role of nurse may be different from different types of nurses. I mean, floor nurse like medical ward, surgical ward, they may have less chance to meet the organ donation patients, but still they have responsibility about increase the number of organ donation. So when patients or patient family members are asking about donation process, she must know how to contact the transplantation team. So every transplantation center have transplantation team. She must know how to approach. She has to act bridge between the patients or patient family members and doctors. As the legal procedure keep on changing, the nurse need to update themselves about organ donation procedure. The organ donation rates are very low in India, so that the nurse need to take extra effort to improve the rate of organ donation. All the individual patients coming to the hospital need to meet the nurses for one or other purposes. So as a nurse, we can bring changes in society by educating them about importance and need of organ donation. If a patient or the family of the patient asks a nurse about the possibility of organ donation or transplant, the nurse has to notify the transplantation team in the hospital. Comparing to other nurses, ICU nurses have more chance to meet the patients who is approaching end stage of life, then see chance to meet brain death patients, then see chance to provide care to patients who undergone transplantation, or before transplantation also some patient will be admitted in the ICU. That is depends upon the hospital policy. So she must know how to provide care to the patients before organ transplantation, then after transplantation, then how to take care of the brain death patients. She must know about brain death criteria. Then she has to explain to the patient family members regarding importance of keeping the brain death patients under mechanical ventilator and keeping the patient vital organs working by inotropes. So ICUs have important role in taking care of the patients. Same time, she has to give health education, then counseling. She can advise the patient family members regarding about importance of organ donation and needs of organ donation. Then the ICU team, along with ICU team, ICU nurse has to talk about need of organ donation, the time of brain death also. But without difficult, this is heart-wrenching process, but this is challenging for nurses. So she can console the patient family members to think about organ donation. At the time of death or before death, she can approach the patient family members through the transplantation team also. So as a nurse, we have huge role in the organ donation process. So the nurse who is working in transplantation unit, she must have knowledge about how to take care of the patients pre-operatively and post-operatively, then how to control the infections, then she must have knowledge about immunosuppressant drugs, side effect, etc. Then every transplantation hospital have provide one individual nurse to the patient who undergone transplantation. So she must know what are things she has to follow up after transplantations. So she also need to educate her patient about transplant process and provide emotional support. Procurement nurse initiate contact with the family of the patient whose organ might be suitable for transplant. Then coordinate the timing of the organ harvest from the donor with the transplant into the recipient. The procurement nurse also might assist with the surgical removal of organ from the donor and ensure that the organs are properly transported to maintain viability when they reach the recipients. So already many of our presenters had talked about transplantation, retrieval of organs, etc. Then surgical nurse, like OT nurse, she also having certain responsibility. When she is working in OT, she must know how to prepare the patient for organ removal and transplantations. Then how to provide, how to pack the cadaver patients, so like that. So she also must have knowledge about infection control measures. Nowadays, every hospital have nurse educator. So she can arrange CNE on the organ donation and make the nurses to know about legal aspects involved in the organ donation process. I like to share one study which is conducted in NIMHANS on 2015. In this study, 81% of the nurses were willing to sign the card for organ donation. However, only 3.8% of them actually signed the organ donation card. So here, many people are willing for organ donation, but really only few people are ready for organ donation. So as a nurse, we have to change this concept. So everyone we can donate our organ after our death. The researcher can do research in the field of organ donation, such as quality of life of the live donors, recipients, and their family. Case studies on organ recipients and organ donors. So this way also we can give awareness to the society about needs and importance of organ donation. Then as a nurse administrator must take the initiative to develop guidelines or protocols clarifying the role of nurse in the organ donation and transplantation process to promote organ donation and improve rates. So as a nurse administrator, she also having huge role to prepare protocol for nurses. Then nurse must know how to create awareness to the public. So many medias are available. So through that media, we can create awareness among the people in different types of society, community, school, etc. So through mass media, we can create awareness regarding importance and need of organ donations. Especially WhatsApp and Facebook create great impact among the public, and the information reaches the public very fast. Then in the hospital, relatives of the deceased to be advised to think about organ donation. So every hospital have death talk to the family, including option of organ donation. By that, we can create awareness to the patient family to think about organ donation. So the nurse must have knowledge about organ donation, fact about donations. So anybody can be an organ donor irrespective of their age, gender, caste, religion, and community. However, anyone younger than 18 need to have agreement of parents and guardian to be donor. So we can donate our organ to someone. The decision of the donate the organ is based on the strict medical criteria and law. So which part they have to remove, so which part is useful for other patients, this will be decided by medical person and law also there. So as soon as we must have knowledge about Indian law for organ donation. Tissues such as cornea, heart valves, skin, and bones can be donated in the case of natural death. But vital organs such as heart, liver, kidney, intestine, lungs, and pancreas can be donated only in case of brain death. Organs such as heart, pancreas, liver, kidney, and lungs can be transplanted to those recipients whose organs are failing, because it is allow many recipients to return to normal lifestyle. As a transplant coordinator, the nurse must have in-depth knowledge regarding the following aspects. What is organ donation? Why it is needed? How does organ donation help patient with organ failure? Counseling of the family members of brain dead patient for organ donation. So as a nurse, we have to counsel the patient family members of brain death. What body parts can be donated? Who can be potential donors? Documentation also important for both donor and recipients. So we must have knowledge about documentation also. Then what are the ethical aspects in organ donation and transplantation process? Then standard operating guidelines of quota. You know what you mean by quota? That is the Human Organ Transplantation Act. So as a nurse, we should know rules of quota also. Then network of organ donation, transplantation, and transplantation functioning. So already our presenters had talked about network of organ donation. Then why to become organ donor and how to get registered. So everyone get register for organ donation. Website is available, so we can get registration card also for organ donation. But the important things we have to inform to our family members. Suppose we may have donation card, but after our death, family members have to put sign in the consent form. Then only we are eligible for organ donation. So before our death, we have to explain to our family members about our willingness for organ donations. How does the family of decreased donor cope up with their loss? Creating the awareness in the community about organ donation. So this is our main role. So we have to create awareness in the population about importance and needs and reasons for organ donation. Ethics of organ donation. There are protocols for nurses who work in area where organ donation and transplant occur. She should be the whistleblower if any unethical things happen. So we are the lawyer for our patients. So the nurse first obligation is the well-being of the patient entrusted to our care. So this is the first one. The act of procuring organs should never be the causes of person's death. Nurse understand the good of organ donation. So by this, we can improve and increase the rate of organ donors. Then we can create awareness campaign. So we can create awareness about organ donations. So since donating body organs are still an urban concept, so we have to break this concept by education. There is need to create awareness in rural area, urban area, school, college, public places, public transport, cinema hall, youth club, awareness camp. So this way we can create awareness about organ donation, because many people are waiting for organ, but only few people are donating their organs. Then we have to have coordination between public, private, community partnership in organ donation. So this way we can increase the organ donors. So this is important one. So organ donation to be highlighted in the nursing and general curriculum. So this is also very much important. Then school curriculum also we can ask the government to include in a school curriculum also, because this organ donation topic should be start from basic. So every children should know what is organ donation. So it should be developed from childhood. Only this medical field we have this curriculum, but we have to bring changes in this curriculum should be included in school also. Then everyone should understand reason for organ donation. So organ donation is an opportunity to help others. The organ waiting list is always long. Then expectation, people are dying while waiting for an organ. One organ donor can help multiple people. Living donors fill a crucial need. Organ donation can be rewarding and positive experiences. There are no age exclusion to donate. Very few medical conditions disqualify you from donating your organs. Even HIV patients, they can donate their organ to HIV patients. Only cancer patients, they cannot donate their organ. Then after treatment, once they recover from cancer, they can also donate their organ. So everyone, we can ready for organ donations. India need more donors. Already we have discussed, because India is placed in lowest place in organ donations. So we have to work towards to increase the number of organ donors. As a part of campaign, organ donation day is observed every year on 13th August. So as a nurse, as a student nurse, we can create awareness in society by role play. Okay, then so many things are there. So we can create awareness in society. By that, we can bring changes in the concept of organ donation. So I will conclude my topic with let's share our life with others. Come ahead and take part in saving lives. No cost, no bar, save lives, donate organs. Giving a second chance of life is in your hand. Life, let your life go in someone else's body. So everyone can donate our organ to others. By that we can get second chance to live our life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for explaining about role of a nurse in organ donation as well as transplant and making awareness among the students about the importance of transplantation as well as importance of donations. So, thank you so much. And this is the last session of the 2 days of value-added courses of transplant nursing care, which has been organized for you. I hope it had really inculcated and added on values in your whatever things you have learned throughout these 4 years. Maybe the topics you might have studied in second year or third year, but it should be an additional one. So that is why we say it is an added course. So I hope you will really inculcate it in you when you go for your future studies or else future working perspectives. Wherever you are, you will see to it that you'll keep it in mind. That each speaker have shared their experiences, so you will do it accordingly. Ms. Delna, 4th year student, to recapitulate the today's session in brief.
Okay, ma'am. Just give me 1 minute. Myself, Delna. I would like to summarize today's webinar. So our today's webinar was started by Dr. S.K. Mathur sir, has explained as a different government organization of organ donation in India, and their roles were also explained. And there are some organizations at ZTCC and ROTTO. Then Dr. Kalyani Sen has made us aware about the role of hospital administration in transplant program. Ma'am has also brought in notice about the emotional support given to the donor and to the client as well. Then Dr. Nilesh Bhai Sadbhai sir dealt with the hand transplant, the indication, donor preparation, and how to give the post-transplant care, the complications and what are the immunosuppression drugs which we use during the recovery period, and then rehabilitation as the mental state of the human being is concerned for the good. Then Mrs. Bhavna Singh ma'am has taught us importance of counseling. We not only counsel the donor and recipient, but also their families, as the family plays an important role in the recovery of the patient. Then Dr. Puneet Jain sir has talked about the bone marrow donation and transplantation. Nowadays, there are many cases with bone marrow, and in this case, it is necessary for them to transfer their bone marrow transplant for regeneration, and it is important for us to do bone marrow donation. And if it matches with recipient, it saves a person's life. So their post-transplant care should be taken cautiously and calmly, and family support is important in every care. Then Dr. Prashant Rao sir has dealt with the multi-organ retrieval transplant, their process of organ retrieval and the preservation of organ and their time limit, for how many time limit we can keep the organ preserved. Then Miss Suchitra Suresh Kumar ma'am has dealt with discharge education, the instruction given to the patient that they are discharged, and then the follow-up, their medicines and their general checkup. About that, Ms. Chitra has been given instruction for that. And then Miss Shivkama Sundari ma'am has made us aware about the role of nurse in organ donation and their importance and the various aspects like nurse educator and all. What are the indication and what as a nurse we should know how to donate and what is the purpose behind the organ donation. So I would like to thank our principal ma'am, then our Jyoti ma'am, who has been coordinated with everyone so that we should get a value-added course, which has been a very important topic and which we should know as we pass on. Then I would also like to thank Sarika ma'am for giving me this opportunity to summarize today's webinar. Thank you, ma'am.
Aishwarya, you are there? Aishwarya is there? Ansu? I all the students have completed the first as well as forwarded in the chat box. It is compulsory that you fill it so that we can understand the areas that requires improvisation. At the same time, we can also know what was the effectiveness of this 2 days of value-added courses, whether your knowledge had improved or not. So thank you so much, everyone, for this, for attending the 2 days of value-added courses on transplant nursing care, and I hope that it becomes really beneficial for you in your future. Of this 2 days